It's 8 o'clock on Today. Coming up, debate stage showdown. 5 Republican presidential candidates clashing over policy and personal attacks. The frontrunner once again sitting it out, holding a competing rally just a few miles away. We're live with the night's biggest moments. Plus, Back Talk, an inside look at a groundbreaking treatment that trains the brain to conquer chronic pain without medication.
Tell me when it starts. Tell me when it stops. Does it move? Tell me your pain history. How many chronic pain conditions have you had over the course of your life?
What you're describing sounds like talk therapy, not physical therapy.
Yes, it's physical therapy for the brain.
Jacob Soboroff will show us how it works. Then country music's biggest night. We've got all the highlights from the CMA Awards, from the winners.
The 2023 CMA Entertainer of the Year is Lainey Wilson.
To the touching tribute to music icon Jimmy Buffett.
You're wasting away again in Margaritaville, searching for my lost sugar song.
And historic heights. Oscar winner and musician Jared Leto attempting a spectacular stunt this morning.
Hey, today's show, it's me, Jared Leto from 30 Seconds to Mars, and I am about to do something that I've been dreaming about since I was a kid. Climb the Empire State Building.
We'll show you his climb, and he'll join us live on the plaza to tell us how it went. Today, Thursday, November 9th, 2023.
Celebrating Mom's 40th birthday from Roanoke, Virginia.
Just married.
And honeymooning in New York.
From Seattle.
Shout out to Anoka Hennepin School District in Minnesota.
Visiting from
Knoxville, Tennessee.
Royce City, Texas. Paragould, Arkansas.
Tankaheta, Georgia.
Good morning to my husband.
We love you, Papa. Sisters trip from Scottsdale, Arizona to the Today Show.
We're back at 8:13 with your health and a story you really want to see if you are among the more than 50 million Americans who suffer from chronic pain.
A new drug-free treatment, a form of therapy being done in a whole new way, is helping many patients who took part in one study.
We've got NBC's Jacob Soboroff here with a closer look. Hi.
What's up, you guys? It's almost too good to be true. It might seem hard to believe. We have all heard about talk therapy. This is a new approach that has even researchers amazed by the results. It's called pain reprocessing therapy, and it gives people the tools to think differently about chronic pain. They say the key, it's all up here.
I couldn't sit, I couldn't stand for any length of time without massive pain, so I pretty much did nothing.
It's been 25 years since Greg Whistler was able to lift a weight. His back pain started in high school following one too many rough hits on the football field. He says the pain never went away.
When you were having pain, were you able to sit down and do this like this?
No, I didn't work out at all, just because everything hurt. Even sitting in this position would hurt my back.
10 years ago, his pain was so excruciating, it landed him in the hospital. Doctors strongly encouraged surgery.
They all said that I needed my back fused because there was no cartilage left and the spine was displaced.
Whistler held off on surgery. He tried anything and everything to relieve his pain, from acupuncture to chiropractor visits to pain medicine. But 5 years ago, he learned about a new study with promising results in treating chronic pain without drugs.
I'd already decided I wasn't going to do surgery, and I didn't want to medicate my way through life. And so I replied to the study.
No surgery, no medication. Did you believe it was real?
No, I didn't know how it could be done.
Yoni Ashar is the lead researcher for the study at the University of Colorado Anschutz Medical Campus.
Where we saw these brain changes,
his program tackles pain with reprocessing therapy, or PRT. It's a groundbreaking method aiming to retrain the brain to conquer chronic pain. Doctors say even after an injury is healed, the brain continues to send pain signals to the body. But using a series of specific questions and psychological techniques, PRT helps the brain stop recognizing those signals.
Tell me when it starts. Tell me when it stops. Does it move? Tell me your pain history. How many chronic pain conditions have you had over the course of your life?
What you're describing sounds like talk therapy, not physical therapy.
Yes, it's physical therapy for the brain.
Greg Whistler went through 8 therapy sessions, over 8 weeks. He says the results were life-changing.
I would give him colors or feelings or pulsing sensations or whatever. I would describe light, and literally it would just kind of dissipate. And then when you're done describing it, you're like, whoa, it's not there anymore.
And Whistler is not alone. Of more than 150 people undergoing 8 weeks of PRT, 98% of patients felt improvement, and 66% reported being nearly pain-free.
I am certain that there are people that are going to watch us talking about this and say, no offense, you're full of it. There's no way that this could be true.
Well, that's why we have data. That's why we do studies.
The researchers say even they were surprised by the results on MRIs.
So here's how pain was showing up in people's brains before treatment.
The red spots.
The red spots is where the pain was active, the pain was firing. But after treatment, there was a shift, and the pain basically shrunk and moved to different regions.
So this is after talk therapy?
After talk therapy.
And the next step, researchers believe when we're in pain, we usually avoid an active lifestyle because we're afraid. But this new therapy tells the person it's okay to exercise and be active, retraining the brain to get the body going.
People don't like when they're told it's all in your head. But isn't that kind of what you're saying here?
We're telling people it's all in your brain.
Before PRT, Whistler was reluctant to exercise.
I'd stopped walking, I'd stopped exercising, I'd stopped riding bikes, stopped riding motorcycles, stopped skiing, stopped doing all the things that I'd loved.
But now, 5 years after PRT, Whistler says he's lost 50 pounds and is back to doing the things he loves, pain-free.
I know in my life it has been transformational.
Wow. So I'm sure people are watching and wondering if this can be used for other types of pain going forward.
That's what I wondered too. And I've been a lifelong sufferer of migraine headaches. And they said that's the next sort of research field that they want to explore with this pain reprocessing therapy, to talk to people about what the source of headaches are. I'm curious what you think, because you've been so public about your struggle with back pain.
I had chronic back pain for 3 years. I finally did have the surgery. I tried everything before I did the surgery, but I wonder for those who have real structural issues that show up in imaging like MRIs, if they're in the wake of this being taught now to try therapy first, would that work?
Well, that's the question, is if you have this physical pain, what they're saying is pain is real. We're not telling people to not believe that you have actual pain. And if you need to have a surgery and the MRI shows it, you have to have that surgery. Right. But with this retraining, it's the original source of the pain that's connected to the thinking part of the brain that they're trying to help you basically let go.
It's interesting because I'm sure there are people who are like, no, I have an x-ray. It says this. I have this injury. It needs to be fixed. But what's interesting about this therapy is they're saying, yeah, we know, we believe you.
Exactly.
But we might be able to address the pain, without surgery.
It's fascinating. And this is a big study, 150 people in JAMA in a peer-reviewed study. We've never seen anything like this before.
By the way, chronic pain is so suffocating. If gentlemen like that are doing better in the heels of this, then God bless them.
He was crying. He was so relieved, Greg Whistler. Yeah.
That's all that matters.
Fascinating story, Jacob.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jacob.
Thank you, guys.
All righty, and we got what's your name, young lady?
Helen Russ.
Helen is next week, only 10 years from the Smucker's jar. I love that.
I love
That's
it.
fantastic.
Thank you.
Well, happy birthday.
Thank you
All
very
right.
much.
It's a beautiful. I'll have what you have.
Exactly. Helen, you are gorgeous. Happy 90th.
Mr. Roker, thank you. Now to probably the most adorable thing you are going to see all day. The rare...
Carson?
Second.
Yeah, okay.
That's right. Second most adorable. The rare emperor penguin. This chick hatched back in September at SeaWorld in San Diego.
Her arrival was a huge deal. This is the very first hatch there in more than a decade. She's so cute. She's been looking for a name. So the first time after a nationwide vote, can we introduce baby Pearl?
Oh.
She is standing by with Justin Brackett, who's the curator of birds at SeaWorld. Hi, guys. Good morning. Pearl is so adorable, Justin. Tell us how she's doing and how you came upon this name.
Thank you. She's doing great. Like you said, the name was the result of a nationwide vote. It symbolizes something beautiful coming out of hardship, and she's doing great right now.
When will she join the rest of the penguins, the colony there, Justin?
So that's a slow process as she grows. Right now, she's about 1/10 of her adult size, and this is actually the first time she's been out in the exhibit, out in the colony with the other birds. For her to be down on the ice, she's going to have to be a lot bigger. So it's about another 2 to 3 months before she'll really be out and walking around with all the others. But in the meantime, she's really enjoying being out around the other birds. You can hear her vocalizing, looking around.
Aww.
Hey, Justin, she looks like a Happy Feet penguin. What kind of penguin is she?
Exactly. So she's an emperor penguin, and that's exactly what that movie was modeled after.
Well, we were talking about the fact that they're listed as a threatened species. What does her hatching represent for emperor penguins?
So obviously it's really exciting for us here at SeaWorld, but for the species in general, with where they're found, it's so hard to study emperor penguins. They live in some of the harshest climates in the world. And so to be able to have the opportunity to have a baby like this, watch her grow and develop here, it is a huge amount of data for us to eventually help that species in the wild.
Well, congratulations. Does she have, is that a baby stuffy that she, a baby penguin stuffy that she likes to hang out with?
Yeah, she's got her little plushy brother that she likes to hang out with.
Oh, cute. Well,
Love
she's
you,
as cute as
Pearl.
it can be. Pearl, welcome to the world. What a sweetie. And she just ate a whole fish herself.
Wow.
She did,
Hungry.
yeah.
Right.
Okay. Yes, cool.
Carson,
Thank
go
you,
cook
Justin.
for her.
What'd you say?
Carson could go
thank you,
cook for
guys.
her.
Yeah, okay, thank you so much. You can learn
Thanks,
more
Justin.
about Pearl on today.com. She's
Adorable.
sweet.
That was adorable. All right, up next, you'll probably recognize him from your social media feeds. Comedian Matt Rife has nearly 18 million followers on TikTok alone. So we're going to talk about his overwhelming success, his new Netflix special, and a whole lot more. But first, this is Today on NBC. Welcome back. The career of comic Matt Rife has entered the stratosphere. Social media sensation. He's got nearly 18 million followers on TikTok alone and more than 5 billion views. And he's currently on the road with his Problematic World Tour, where he filmed this Netflix special down in D.C. It's called Matt Rife, Natural Selection. It premieres next week. Take a look.
Get this through your head. Astrology is not this magical life guideline that predetermines your future in the stars. No, none of that. Your future is dependent by your own thoughts, opinions, and actions. You are in complete control of how your future turns out. It's not up here. It's in here the whole time. It's up to you. Has nothing to do with the stars, man. Just because Jupiter has a ring and you don't, doesn't mean that's who you're supposed to look up to for all this magical advice.
Oh, Matt Rife. We should point out that's probably the only clip we could show on morning television.
Yeah, it's premiering on PBS November 15th, for sure. So for all the family.
I watched it last night. It's hilarious.
Thank you so much.
You talk about everything from God and faith to the internet to relationships to some other topics that we won't go into.
Oh, yeah, the astrology cult is going to be after me, for sure.
But
yeah.
a lot of folks, they're like, oh, Matt's this overnight sensation. You're not. You're not an overnight
it's been
sensation.
a long time, man. This is my 12th year doing comedy. Next April will be 13 years, yeah.
And how did you get into it?
I started stand-up when I was 15 at the Columbus Funny Bone in Columbus, Ohio, which is just outside my hometown in Ohio. And my grandpa used to take me to the open mics there every Wednesday after school. And it was just a fun thing I was doing recreationally. It was something that he always supported and loved to watch me do. And I was just doing it for fun. And then just kind of one thing led to another.
What's your process like? How do you come up with the funny?
I feel like like more of my set is story based, I feel like. So a lot of things is just life experience. Something will happen to me in real life. I'll be joking around with friends and something will really inspire me. I'll say, okay, I can definitely build off of this and add it to the set. So some comics can sit down and write for 3 hours and be like, okay, I'm writing out my first half hour right here and can knock it out. I'm just not one of those types. I have to be inspired by real life events, I think.
I don't want to ruin the special because we want folks to watch it, but you, so especially toward the end, you sort of make fun of cancel culture and social media.
You have to.
But the irony is you're a social media sensation. Like, we wouldn't know who you are without social media.
Yeah, I know. I feel like a porn star who just wants to act. You know what I mean? You're like, this is what I'm really here for. This is just a means to an end, I hope. And I'll never be invited back. Fantastic.
That's not true. That's not true.
I'm so sorry. A stripper who just wants to dance. Is that better? Is that better?
That's slightly.
I was reluctant, but this was such a gateway to be recognized by such a broader audience, you know, because as a stand-up, it's live performance, right? So your main opportunity to gain fans is in these small comedy clubs, which if you're not known already, you're not really selling tickets, so it's probably 35 people there who got there for free, you know, so you're not able to grow your audience as vastly as social media allows, obviously. And after years of putting it aside, I was like, you know what, let me start posting some stuff, and then it allowed me access to the rest of the world, and luckily they liked what I had to say.
We showed some video there of you interacting with the audience, which is something you do a lot of.
Yeah, it's fun.
What's next? What's the next frontier for Matt Rife?
Well, now that the SAG strike is officially over, I'm hoping film and television is the next transition. I obviously have to finish out this tour, but I want to get some things in the work on the other side of things and just kind of be as
multifaceted
as possible. I want to be as busy as humanly possible.
Yeah.
Kevin Hart, I'll see you at 4 a.m. for these workouts.
Kevin Hart, is he one of your comedy icons?
Oh, absolutely. He's the perfect example of everything I want to do. He has his hands in so many different baskets, and he's amazing at everything he does, and I've never met another person with a work ethic quite like his. So whenever I'm tired and waking up early to do the Today Show and I'm exhausted, I go, Kevin's been up for 4 hours already, so suck it up.
You're only 28 years old. Your star's only going to rise. We hope you keep coming back.
Thank you, man.
We enjoy you. We enjoy you. Thank you. Matt Rife, Natural Selection. It premieres on Netflix on November 15th. Oh, Savannah.
All right, Craig, thank you. Well, coming up next, we've got closet staples and a few festive fashion pieces you'll want to shop this week. Jasmine Snow is going to show us the looks. But first, this is Today on NBC. We're back 8:45, our new series, What to Shop This Week, from fashion to beauty, tech, and home. We're going to share the best finds you can add to your cart, and we will kick it all off today with trendy looks that'll keep you warm this fall. We've got style expert Jasmine Snow with us. You can find everything she's about to show us by simply scanning our QR code. There it is on the screen. Hi, Jasmine.
Hi. Good morning.
I love this. It could take you right into fall. I've seen a version of this everywhere. Tell me about this jacket.
Yes, this is the jacket of the season, the bomber. You're seeing it everywhere. Everyone's wearing this. This is from Scoop, which is only available at Walmart. It's so cozy. It has this faux Sherpa. Think of it as your warmer version of your leather jacket.
Yeah.
Dress it up, dress it down. It's so cute and cozy. Comes in black, comes in brown.
Okay, we're looking at the brown right here.
Yep. So you can really take your pick, and then comes in all sizes, extra small to double XL.
Okay, and is it like hitting right about at the hips, would you say? Okay.
Yeah, so
All right.
dress, jeans, dress it up, dress it down.
Okay, cute. Like it.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about the ballet flat, which is having a big old comeback. Hello, 90s.
Yes, so Sam and Libby, I love a ballet flat. All the editors are wearing them. Everyone's loving them. The embellishment really elevates it for the season. We're coming up on the holidays. Very comfortable. It's padded in here,
Yeah, I
so
wonder.
you can run around in a flat all day long, but this makes it even better. Absolutely love the silver. It's kind of a neutral for the holidays now.
Yeah, it definitely
Instead of a
is.
black, now we've got silver.
And it just adds a little pop. And if you're in a dress and your feet get tired at the party, throw in
Totally.
some shiny ballet flats.
Pop them on, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, tell me now. We've got this coat for the cozy crowd.
Yes, so we are calling this a cardigan. We
Oh,
love
cardigan.
it. So it's a little heavier than a cardigan, a little lighter than a jacket.
Okay.
Okay, super soft. You have to feel this.
Yeah, it is.
It's like a blanket, throw it on over anything.
Oh.
I love the pattern. It really dresses anything up. You can throw it on over leggings, which, by the way, once you put these on,
Yeah.
and once you feel them, you're never going to want to wear real pants again.
Oh my gosh, why would you? Okay. Yeah, it is. And is it just this animal print, or are there other prints you
So
can
it
choose
comes
from?
in a full range of sizes
Yes.
and colors, and
Great.
it's amazing. You can wrap it around the waist
Yeah.
like this, nip it in, and I love to wear these either on chilly days under a skirt or a dress,
Yes.
or even under jeans when you're freezing.
The leggings. Okay, so the
Yes.
leggings we're selling the leggings too.
Leggings and the cardigan.
Okay,
the
great.
whole thing.
It's all together. I think animal print is a neutral.
I
Just
love
go
it.
for it, right?
Same, that and the silver.
All right, tell me about this belt.
So LP Linnea Pelle, I love this belt. Closet staple. It is so great because it has the shiny buckle here.
Yeah.
Elevates everything, but it comes in brown and black, reversible. So 2 for 1.
Oh, wow. Okay, I haven't seen that before. Cool.
Exactly. So, I mean, everyone needs a belt in their closet, and this is great because it comes in a full range of sizes, and like I said, 2 for 1.
Yeah, gotta love that. Okay, we've got the beautiful Sarah here in a really festive dress. Tell me about this.
Oh my gosh, everyone needs a little black dress. I love that this is high-low. It's great because you can show off the shoes
Yeah,
again.
see, you're comfortable at the party, Sarah.
So many colors.
Very,
yes,
yeah.
very comfortable. Exactly. And then this texture makes it look even more expensive than it is. It's $40.
Okay, and then tell me about Kamari's dress. Hi, Kamari.
Okay, so we love this texture on the Eloquii Elements dress. Love that it cinches in the waist right here. So good. And then again, this makes it look even more expensive than it is.
Yeah.
Only $40, sizes 14 to 28.
The texture's cute. You could put one of those cute little belts on with it too.
Exactly.
Kamari and Sarah, great modeling. Jasmine, thank you so much.
Yes.
If you want to purchase the items, you can scan the QR code or go to today.com/shop so you know Today does earn a commission from purchases made through our links. Coming up next, y'all ready for this? He's been climbing and climbing all morning long. Is Jared Leto, yes, that is Jared Leto, about to become the first person to reach the top of the Empire State Building like this? We will find out. And his hair looks so good in the wind there, don't you think, at the top of the Empire State Building? But first, this is Today on NBC. we've been talking about all morning long. The one and only Jared Leto.
My goodness.
Jared Leto is on a quest to become the first person ever to climb the Empire State Building.
Yeah. We saw him earlier, right, Carson?
Yes, we did. He went to the 86th floor. That's the observation deck. And then he started to inch his way up to the top. I don't know if he made it.
Well, we're about to find out.
Yeah,
Did he
we will.
make it, Mr. Roker? What say you, sir?
Well, I don't know. Let's find out. Let's bring out the man of the hour, Mr. Jared Leto. How are you, sir? Good to see you.
Good to see you,
Here,
too.
come on. Let's say hi to some of our friends here.
Hello, how you
Fresh
doing?
off of this climb. We'll find out. Come on, meet my pals over here.
Yeah, sure.
How you feeling?
Hello, I'm feeling great.
You look great.
Thank you very much.
So let's bring you over.
you.
Made it.
Hi,
Hey,
Jared.
how you doing?
Good to see you.
How you doing?
Congratulations.
How you doing? Good to see you.
Very
Hello, how are you?
Hey, the actor's strike is over, man. You don't have to climb buildings anymore.
That's right.
That's
I
right.
can get back to work.
Jared, so what happened? Did you make it?
Yeah, how was it?
I made it. I'm alive.
All right.
Yes.
So you made it to the top.
Yes. I made it to the top, and I was just saying I saw my mother in the window of the 80th floor, and that was a nice surprise.
Oh, uh-huh.
Yeah, my mom came to
In fact,
visit.
your mom's right over here.
Yeah,
Where's
she's
Mom?
over there.
Mom
There
right
she is.
there.
Oh, hey, here come the cameras.
I think that was you at the top. What is it like at the top to look out at New York?
It's incredible. It's incredible. I mean, to watch the sunrise overlooking the city, it's meant so much to me ever since I was a kid. You know, New York stood for the place that you went to make your dreams come true.
Yeah.
Yeah. And as a young kid, I wanted to be an artist, and New York was the place that you came to be an artist. And the Empire State Building was always that symbol for me.
So why did you want to do this?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, it was very challenging, as you can see.
There's some blood.
Ooh, ouch.
Here,
Ooh,
you
some
can get a
cuts.
shot. But you know, I've always had a fascination with the Empire State Building, and I love to climb. We're launching a world tour. 30 Seconds to Mars is back on the road.
It's your band.
Yeah, that's my band.
You just released
And
an album?
That's right. We just put an album out called It's the End of the World, but It's a Beautiful Day. So it was in celebration of the tour and, you know, doing those things that you aspired to do, you know.
Oh, you've got an exciting announcement for us.
I did what?
You have an exciting announcement for us about the band.
I do.
The tour?
Yes, the tour, the world tour. It's called Seasons, the World Tour 2024. We are going on tour. Yes.
Jared, I mean, just seeing you up there, I know you're actually quite an experienced climber, but what does it feel like to be up there? And did you have any nerves?
You know, I was more excited than nervous, to tell you the truth, but I have to be honest, it was very, very hard. It was very hard. It was a lot harder than I thought it
In
would
what
be.
way?
You know, just the endurance that it took, the stamina that it took. And it was very sharp. Actually, yeah, you can see a clip of me climbing there.
Jared, what does one climb after they climb the Empire State Building?
Oh, into bed. You climb right into bed.
But do you have a challenge you want to do? Something next? Some daredevil?
You know, I spend a lot of time in Yosemite, so that's a special place, and there are a lot of things I want to do there.
Ooh.
But I do like to climb buildings in cities. It's a really fun thing to do. I know maybe someone's laughing, but it is a fun thing to do to climb buildings.
I don't know if there's such thing as a cool down climb, but you can climb just up to the top.
Oh yeah, that would
cool down.
That would be a cool down climb.
We
for
also do
sure.
have an elevator, so
Yes, and I think I topped out at 1,200 feet.
Wow,
and we had a helicopter filming it, so it felt a little.
Like SpongeBob.
You
like an
got-
action
you got
movie.
too many talents, my friend.
Thank you,
30
Jared.
Seconds to Mars,
appreciate it.
going on tour in March.
Thanks for sharing.
Third hour's coming up next,
Thank
then the
you.
fourth hour after local news.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
This morning on the third hour of Today, Hollywood history. Actors and studios agreeing to a tentative landmark deal, ending the 4-month standoff that shut down show business. We're breaking down the details and what it means for our favorite shows and movies. Plus, game changer? A new weight loss drug just approved by the FDA that some experts say could become the most popular drug ever sold, how it works, and when it could be available. And actor Mary Lou Henner live in Studio 1A, sharing her new project that's driving audiences mad in the best way. That's today, Thursday, November 9th, 2023. Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the third hour of Today. Whole team is here.
Oh, yeah.
We got Janelle, we got Craig, we got Dylan. It's great. And pretty soon it's going to look a lot like Christmas outside the window because this is happening right now in Binghamton, New York. This year's Rockefeller Center Christmas tree, an 80-foot tall Norway spruce, going to get here this weekend. Of course, it'll be put up, then trimmed, then decorated, and we're going to be flipping the switch and lighting it later on November 29th.
Which is when you get...
When the tree gets lit, we all get lit.
We all get lit. You know, if I were a Norway spruce, I would consider it the highest.
The highlight?
The highest.
Just before you're mulched.
That's right. It always takes a turn here.
And it goes back into the soil.
There you go. And she comes
The
back.
circle of life.
Yes, it is the circle of life. All right, turning now to big news overnight out of Hollywood. The 4-month-long actors union strike is over. The union and major studios finally reached a tentative agreement.
NBC's entertainment correspondent, Chloe Malas, probably most excited about it because she has been covering the story for months now. She joins us now to break down the deal and what happens next.
Good morning, you guys.
morning.
I am just so happy that people can get back to work
Yes.
in time for the holidays. I mean, that strike, it officially ended at 12:01 this morning. So some Hollywood stars celebrated the news. Everyone is very excited, and this agreement clears the way for 150,000 film and TV actors to return to set.
This morning, Hollywood actors can finally get back to work after an unprecedented 118 days on the picket lines. The Actors Union announcing late Wednesday that it approved a tentative agreement with the AMPTP, which represents studios and streamers, including NBC News' parent company, Comcast. Actors at a movie premiere Wednesday night were thrilled.
The strike is over.
That's amazing.
You're joking. Yeah. Don't tell me that now. Let's go.
Other actors taking to social media to share their excitement, including Octavia Spencer, who posted, "Who else is dancing right now?" And actor Kate Walsh, who wrote, "I am in teary awe of my fellow actors and sister unions who fought with all they had."
It is a very big deal, and we are very excited about it. The valuation of this deal comes in at a little bit more than $1 billion over the term of the agreement.
The AMPTP says that this deal represents a new paradigm, including the largest increase in minimum wages in 40 years, a new residual compensation structure for streaming programs, and extensive consent and compensation protections in the use of artificial intelligence. This announcement comes after months of meetings between the union and studios. Fran Drescher, the president of SAG-AFTRA, reflecting on the tense negotiations in an interview with NBC News last month.
It's being driven by people and people that are driven by greed.
The fallout from the longest actors' strike in history has been far-reaching. The work stoppage not only hurting actors, but industries like transportation and craft services. The halt in productions has cost California's economy billions of dollars. After more than 13 weeks, the Hollywood ending so many have been hoping for.
So this tentative deal will now go to the SAG-AFTRA National Board for a vote tomorrow. Its negotiating committee has said that they made great improvements, especially relating to the use of artificial intelligence. Actors now have their rights of informed consent and compensation, which is something that was a major sticking point when it comes to digital replicas of their image. And if a performer is deceased, consent has to now be obtained from their estate or a personal representative. So big news.
And we're going to, I guess, spend the next day or two kind of going
through that deal, and then obviously that vote tomorrow. And I'll let you know all that's in there that we don't know just
Thank
yet.
you, Chloe. But like you said, in time for the holidays, they can get back
Good
to work.
news for everybody.
All right.
Thank you.
Turning now to a major medical headline this morning. The FDA just approved a new weight loss drug that some analysts say could become the most popular drug ever sold. But before it hits the market, we have a lot of questions. So we have NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar here to tell us everything we need to know. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
So I was looking at the list of the different things that we have. This isn't totally a new drug. We have Mounjaro, which shares the same active ingredient. It's Zepbound. That's what it's called. But we also have Ozempic and Wegovy. How is this one different?
So I think we have a picture to show everybody just to keep everything in order. Remember that these medicines were first developed to treat type 2 diabetes. We had Ozempic and Mounjaro. They are different drugs. They have different active ingredients, and they were first approved for type 2 diabetes. Then they took that active ingredient, they studied it in obesity and overweight, and they branded Wegovy, which is the same thing as Ozempic but for weight loss. And now they have branded Zepbound, which is the same drug technically as Mounjaro. Tirzepatide is the active ingredient, but it is now specifically indicated for obesity or individuals who are overweight and have other risk factors for heart disease.
That's a great explanation.
It is. I didn't realize that.
Oh, okay.
I mean, is one better than the other? And what are the side effects?
Right. So the Mounjaro and Zepbound, the new one, Tirzepatide, definitely results in more significant weight loss than Ozempic and Wegovy do.
Oh, more weight loss.
More weight loss. I mean, quite a significant amount. The Zepbound and Mounjaro both target two different hormones, while Ozempic and Wegovy target just one. Not a big deal. And more is not necessarily better. It just happens to result in a little bit more weight loss. But yes, the side effects are the same pretty much with all of these medications, predominantly GI. We have nausea, vomiting, indigestion, constipation. No, it usually happens when the drug is first initiated, if you increase the dose too quickly. And I think it's important to highlight one, because this did make the news a couple of weeks ago, that it does partially the way it works to result in weight loss is by slowing down how quickly food leaves your stomach. And in rarer cases, that can actually cause quite severe paralysis of the bowel and can result in something called bowel obstruction. Not to alarm people, but people need to understand that if you're not monitored appropriately, and there can be more significant side effects.
And it's a once-a-week injection.
It's a once-a-week injection, yes.
Because now that it's got FDA approval, how soon before it's on the, our doctors can prescribe it and we can get it on the shelf?
Supposed to be on shelves. It's not going to be over the counter, but available by the end of the year, because it's really, again, it's not like a new medication. They just are going to redose, repackage, rebrand it. The ticket price is going to be about $1,000 a month, but that's, again, before insurance and before co-pays.
Will insurance cover it, do you think?
Commercial insurance, not necessarily, but no, not necessarily. But if it does, and again, if you're doing it for the right indication, and you've demonstrated that you have failed other measures, diet, lifestyle, then the copay could be as little as $25.
Will it always be an injectable?
So there, right now, the Ozempic Wegovy class does have a medicine that's a pill that's actually for type 2 diabetes, but there are a lot of medicines that are pills that work this way that are getting really close to the finish line. And once that happens, that's going to be a game changer. And this is all good because it's going to drive down costs, right? This is like Econ 101, which I know nothing about.
Are we going to see obesity eliminated in our lifetime?
Could you imagine? This represents a huge paradigm shift in the way obesity and overweight is discussed, treated, managed, conceptualized. It is a chronic condition for a lot of folks. It is not, for most people, it is not just a behavioral failure.
Not just lazy.
No, absolutely not.
There
are a lot of very significant metabolic and physiologic disturbances that result in overweight and obesity.
But even with this, you still have to make changes in your lifestyle.
Absolutely. You're still supposed to follow a healthy diet. You're still supposed to, manage your food intake. And I just always want to say, and leave with this, make sure you're doing this with someone who knows how to prescribe the medication and can monitor you. And it is not for everyone. There are certain, personal or family history of certain thyroid cancers where it's contraindicated. So don't just assume that, you want to lose 5 or 10 pounds and it's safe to do so. You really want to be prescribed by an expert, someone who knows what they're doing.
Great info,
Very
Dr.
thorough.
Nat.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, well, we're going to take a turn for a moment and give a big shout out to the man on my left.
All right.
Because, Dylan's right. Alan Spar left. Today's a special day.
Well, yes.
You are officially a children's author.
Wow.
Here, look at you on the cover there.
Congratulations.
Little Dell.
Thank you.
His debut children's book, it's called I'm Proud of You. It's scheduled to hit shelves on May 7th. This is a sweet look at the special moments in a father and son relationship. How special is that?
I'm excited. I don't get excited about a lot.
It's probably been a long time coming,
Yeah.
but now receive it.
Well, and we're all parents, and there are these little moments along the way where you're really proud of your son or your daughter. And one day I was like, you know what? All these little moments, not the huge, not graduations, but the little moments where you learn to tie your shoe, or you climb to the top of that diving board and you actually jump for the first time. I wanted to write a book about those moments. So it's a love letter to fatherhood. It's a love letter to my son Delano. Sybil also featured, by the way, on every page.
Yes. I noticed that. When I read it, I thought, you're a very smart man.
Oh, I'm very smart.
What did Del think of it?
He read it. He approved. He was proud. It was just.
He has a children's book now. He's 99.
Well, I'll tell you what else I thought.
What?
I thought when he's a handful when he gets older, I can say, son, I'm so proud of you. I wrote a book.
That's it.
Cut me some slack.
And you already got a sequel for Sydney.
I have to.
Now it's done.
But thank you. You can pre-order it, by the way. You can pre-order it right now.
All right. So we also have to give some props to Mr. Roker and his better half, Deborah Roberts. They hosted a very special event last night, the Care Impact Awards.
Yeah, it's a great organization. Deborah knows
Deborah,
Michelle Nunn. Why doesn't everybody say that about me?
I don't know.
This event raised more than $3 million for CARE. It's an organization that fights hunger, poverty, and empowers girls and women all across the world. They honored Ambassador Andrew Young. President Clinton gave him his award. There's Michelle Nunn next to the president. So it was a really special night. Rick Stengel.
Every time you do one of these, I say to the ladies, no one uses his platform and megaphone for good more than Al Roker.
I agree.
I mean, it's seriously. I mean, you do more good and help raise more money for a charity than anybody I know.
Behind the scenes.
No, actually, I had nothing to do with this. Deborah dragged me along. I had nothing to do. I just showed up.
Congratulations. Well, a lot of good will come out of that one.
Thank you. Congratulations on the book. Again, $3 million to CARE. Great organization. Amazing. Still to come as we head into cold and flu season, we're going to tell you which medicines you should absolutely have on hand. And then later, we have the fabulous Mary Lou Henner. We love every time she's here. She is live sharing a new project all about friends and making memories. We'll explain. Third hour today. I'll be right back.
Tis the season, not just for holiday cheer, but also for cold and flu. So in today's checklist, the best over-the-counter medicines that you should have on hand right now. NBC News medical contributor and pulmonologist Dr. Vin Gupta here in the flesh, here in the studio.
You have legs.
This is nice.
So
you do have legs, is that what you said?
What, do you think he was a Muppet?
Well, we only ever see him from
So it's good to have you here, full body. So great. How do we know, first of all, the difference between not just cold and flu, but RSV and COVID?
Craig, it's such an important question for all your viewers because all these conditions, cold, COVID, flu, RSV, frankly, they just mimic each other. Symptoms overlap. So I say this with some caution here, but cold symptoms, the common cold, upper respiratory symptoms, congestion, sinus pressure, those are common. COVID, now we're seeing, the more we're learning, that this can cause total body impacts, brain fog, weakness, fatigue, especially long COVID symptoms. something to keep an eye out for. Flu, high fevers, typical. But again, all these conditions can cause that. And critically for the parents out there, RSV, high-pitched wheezing, using your rib cage to help breathe, chest retractions. Parents might be familiar with that if they've seen their baby have RSV. So some things to look out for.
So, Doc, we've been talking about this. The FDA, there's a specific ingredient in a lot of these over-the-counter cold and flu medications that now they're saying doesn't work. Is it that they just found out it doesn't work, or did they know all along and they're just now getting around to saying it doesn't work?
You know, it's Al, I'm so glad you brought that up. It's been about 15 years worth of data that we've incrementally accrued, showcasing that phenylephrine, oral phenylephrine, not to use complicated terminology here, but for everybody out there, phenylephrine, which is in medications like Sudafed PE, does not work. We've known that for about 15 years. Many of us in medicine have been talking about it. Look for something else like a medication with pseudoephedrine.
Okay.
Sounds similar but different. So you want to look for a different medication orally if you have congestion symptoms. Pseudoephedrine, not phenylephrine.
But if you have it in your medicine cabinet, it's not unsafe.
It's not unsafe, and some folks might have medications that have multiple ingredients to treat multiple symptoms. Those medications might also have Tylenol. That Tylenol still works, even if it has phenylephrine in it.
Let's say somebody's watching this morning, they have a fever, maybe the sniffles, a cough, what have you. What would you use? Like whatever you're picking up, that's what I'm picking up. So like what
I'll
is
have what he's having.
what is effective?
Something that has pseudoephedrine in it if you're congested.
Okay.
Effective cough suppressants. I'm not going to say the names because they're very complicated, but
So like the multi-symptoms, what do you think of those?
They're great, but especially if you have something with pseudoephedrine, not phenylephrine, critical. I often say for those with congestion, I'm a pulmonologist, nasal saline sprays are a great way, or frankly, even a humidifier if you don't want to use the medication. Neti pots if you don't want to use the medication, but I recognize a lot of people don't like using sprays up their nose. It can be a little uncomfortable.
What if you have a cough? Oh, sorry.
If you have a cough, something, effective cough suppressants include medications like guaifenesin. They're in usual cough drops.
Okay.
So those things still work.
Those nasal sprays, just to go back to what you just said, I use them occasionally for allergies and sometimes if I'm stuffy. Is there any risk long term? I mean, if I continue to use them, am I okay?
Correct, great question. Saline sprays, no long-term risk. I would say something like Flonase, a steroid spray. You want to use that in moderation, so maybe a week at a time, but you don't want to use that long-term.
Just real quick, do you have to wait for the symptoms to, my son right now has a fever. He didn't have one when I left for work this morning. Should I have given him more medicine for his fever before I left, or?
Not necessarily, Dylan. It's a great question. When do you take these medications, especially for symptom control? I normally say if you have congestion, cough, take it in the morning, take it in the evening right before bedtime to clear your airways, help with removal of phlegm, say if you're really congested. But in the case if your son didn't have a fever, no reason to give that medication.
That was helpful.
I know.
I felt like we invited you in from Seattle to ask you all about health.
That's right.
Personal questions.
Thank you.
Dr.
Thanks, Doc.
Vindicta, as
Please
always.
feel free to send us a bill. For more information about the best cold remedies and which ones to avoid, you can go to our website, today.com/health.
All right, coming up, we've got actor Mary Lou Henner here live in Studio 1A, sharing her new project starring some of her longtime friends. Then later, our series Generation Next, a musical message from a K-pop star reaching out to fans in a really meaningful way. Third hour of Today, I'll be right back.
next guest has been a staple in Hollywood for more than 50 years.
Mary Lou Hanna burst onto the scene back in 1978 when she took on the role of Leonardo in that hit series Taxi.
That's right.
So she went on to appear in over 90 films and TV shows, and she has written 10 books.
Well, now Mary Lou is starring in the new off-Broadway comedy titled Mad Women of the West, the play telling the story of 4 longtime friends from college who get to reunite. Mary Lou, it's so great having you back.
See you all.
My energy. I like that. Big energy. I like that. Okay, so before we get to obviously the play, big news overnight. We've been talking about it all morning. The strike has come to an end. What was your reaction?
Oh my gosh. Well, first of all, I adore Fran Drescher. She's a friend. I mean, I love her, and she is like a powerhouse, and it's great. It's great. Nobody has seen the deal yet, but we know it's good. Fran sanctioned it.
I love it.
So, and we can say words.
Yes.
I'm so excited.
Taxi.
Taxi.
Okay.
I don't have to call it Uber anymore. No, that's how I always refer to it, because people go like, "Oh, I loved you on that show with Danny DeVito." And I go, "Oh, you mean Uber?"
Okay, so let's talk about this play. It got standing ovations every night.
It's crazy.
Every night in Los Angeles, and it did so well. It got picked up here in New York. Yes. And you say with some of the women or some of the people in the performance, you can relate to different folks.
First of all, I'm doing it with all my friends, people I've known forever. Caroline Aaron played sisters on Broadway in Social Security. Melanie Mayron, we were in the Grease and Godspell cast that always got together.
What's the gist of it? Like, what is the
gist of the play?
Yes.
It's about 4 college friends. 3 have stayed in contact. One of them went on to become this wildly successful actress and author, and she comes back and sort of like the cat, that's my part, and sort of like the cat in the hat, she sort of stirs things up. The swizzle stick that stirs the drink. So people reveal secrets, and it's just so much fun, and the audience goes crazy because they recognize themselves or the relationships, and we talk about everything as women do when they get together.
And what's it like when you get to share the stage with people you're so close with? Does it make it easier than a new cast of folks you haven't met?
You feel free to really be, grab them or be mean to them or, whatever the part calls for. You feel there's a freedom because you've known each other for so many years. And Brooke Adams, too, I've known forever. Wow. We've all known each other as long as the characters have known each other. So it's really great. And Sandra Singh Loh, who wrote it, she's just a genius. And she has really captured women. And I think everybody will recognize themselves or their relationships with other people.
I love that.
Special. Yeah, it's really great.
And your 2 boys are doing pretty good. Tell us about that.
Okay. Thank you for bringing up my kids.
Nick and Joey.
My son, Nick, won an award at Sundance. He directed and wrote and helped and edited the movie Theater Camp. So he won an award at Sundance. He and his friends got together.
Movie.
They did.
That was your son?
Yes, my son Nick Lieberman.
That's amazing.
I know. So now I can talk about that too. Although I was always kind of allowed to talk about it as my son.
Right.
Your mom.
And how about Joey?
Mom,
how about Joey?
And Joey is an international bridge player, but he's also does comedy all over New York. He's got a group called Obsessed with Us, and he does comedy improv. But he's also written a script because he plays with all these women. It's called Bridge Gigolo, and everybody wants this script.
That's amazing. Okay, so before you leave, she's just a woman of so many talents. I know you have this one-woman show, all of these things. Okay, so we've talked about this before. You have, let me read it so I don't mess this up, a highly superior autobiographical memory, which is said to be, for you guys at home, it's said to have been diagnosed in less than 100 people around the world. So essentially, how does that work? You just know, like, if I give you a date, you know what happened?
Well, it's got to be within my lifetime.
Sure,
people sometimes go like, 1492. It's like, I mean, maybe a former life.
We got a bowl.
Yeah.
Do we have?
Yeah.
Here it
You
comes.
have a bowl.
We have a bowl with dates.
Oh my gosh.
Thanks,
Okay.
With dates.
So you pull out the date.
Okay, no. So I do a one-woman show called Music and Memories, and I take people through my entire career, and I show clips from Taxi and Dancing with the Stars and stuff, and I sing songs about all these things. And so at some point, people put a date in a fishbowl in the lobby. I pull it out during the show. I look at it. I tell them what day of the week it was, what I was doing on that day, and what song I was listening to at the time. I'm nervous now because...
No worries.
Yeah, okay,
well,
let's
we
see.
wouldn't know anyway. So.
Let's see. June 15th, 1983, that was a Wednesday, right? Yeah.
I don't know.
That was a Wednesday.
No, whose date was that, guys?
Whose date was that?
June 15th?
June 15th.
It's on me.
What's that? I don't know. Let's do another one. That's not mine.
1983. I'll tell you what I was doing. I was in Jupiter, Florida, doing. They're playing our song.
Oh my God!
Okay.
So I was really listening.
Let's do another one.
What you call it?
Oh,
Nobody
let's do another
explained
one.
this?
I don't know what that date was.
What's
Maybe
this
it's
one?
Brandon's date. Let's
Is
do
it
another one.
somebody's birthday?
I don't know.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
Let's see. Yeah. Okay, I shocked all of you. Okay. Okay, so August 27th. August 27th, 2000.
That's Kyan. That's my son's birthday, my oldest son's birthday.
Oh, your oldest son's birthday.
Yeah.
Okay, so August 7th, 2009.
August 27th.
August 27th, 2009 was a Thursday.
It was a Thursday.
Yeah.
Wow.
Good Lord.
You remember that?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
That is
correct.
correct.
Our control room said that is correct.
Right there. Yeah. They're
Whoa.
telling you.
Wow.
June 15th.
June
Yeah.
15th. Now I want to know.
Okay.
So-
As we go to commercial, one last one.
One last one. Okay. July 18th, 2002 was a Monday.
Okay. We believe
July
you.
18th.
Oh, I'm sorry. No. Sorry. No. July 18th, 2002 was Thursday.
Yes, my son Nick's birthday.
Yes.
There you go. Excellent. Mary Lou, thank you
Yeah.
so much. Mad Women of the West begins performances off Broadway November 11th. And when's the one-woman show starting?
Oh, it's in Las Vegas at the Smith Center on January the 20th. I've done it all over.
I figured you would know that date.
Yes. Yes. And it's directed by Tom Caruso. I just want to say that too.
Yeah.
All right,
You guys have to come.
We will.
Laugh.
We're there.
It's incredible.
Our series Generation Next, a pop star on a mission. How he is connecting with his fans on a whole other level. And then later, our first ever Shop Today gift guide. Bright gift ideas that make the perfect stocking stuffer. Yeah, we're talking about stocking stuffers already.
Wow.
Third hour today, right back after this.
Wow.
My whole family.
This morning in our series Generation Next, a music star is spreading an important message about mental health. NBC News Now anchor Savannah Sellers sat down with him. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. I love this story. Thank you guys for letting me be here. So Eric Nam is huge in the world of K-pop. He's been named one of GQ Korea's Men of the Year, featured on Forbes 30 Under 30 Asia. Now he's opening up about his journey and reaching out to fans in a whole new way.
Eric Nam has been called an accidental K-pop star.
I was supposed to start working as a business analyst at Deloitte Consulting, actually, in New York. And I kind of stumbled into music through a music competition show.
The show was in Korea, where he ultimately spent a decade as one of entertainment's most recognizable stars. But moving so far from his hometown of Atlanta made for a difficult transition at times.
I would try my best to understand these really emotional lyrics that are beautifully written, but at that time, my Korean language just skills weren't there.
How was your mental health when you were in the K-pop world?
In a 10-year span, there's a clear roller coaster of emotions. When I had the courage to say, hey, I think I really need help, I really want to talk to a therapist or someone, the first response was like, oh, you shouldn't, because if somebody gets wind, that's going to really hurt your career.
The grueling nature of his schedule ultimately took a toll on Eric's health.
And so I had this bad cycle of everything breaking down. I'm anxious, I'm overworked, I'm burnt out, not sleeping. And then I had like panic attacks. And so it was this period where it got really, really bad for me personally.
Day 5063, album.
Eric decided to make a big change and take a big risk, becoming an independent artist.
What was the decision like to leave a record label?
It is daunting, but also very gratifying.
What pushed you to go independent?
To be completely honest, if there was an opportunity for me to sign with like a major US label at the time, I think I would have taken it. I feel like there still aren't that many Asian American singer-songwriters that are very active in the States. We just haven't traditionally been given that opportunity.
When you made that decision, who'd you have with you?
I have a few really good friends and confidants. The biggest would be my brothers.
And they've made it a family business. Eddie is Eric's manager, and Brian is the CEO of their startup, Dive Studios, that produces content with a myriad of K-pop stars. The brothers also have a new self-care platform called Mindset, where mega artists share their personal mental health journeys.
And we found that fans really found a lot of healing and value, and they felt heard and seen through these stories.
Now Eric has a new album out, and he's on a world tour. We got to tag along for a behind-the-scenes look at his stop in New York City.
This is absolutely one of the coolest venues I think I've ever done.
One of the ways that I've heard you describe it is an existential crisis album.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
What if we don't know how grateful we should be? And that's kind of what made, I guess, the fabric of the album.
Maybe you can complete it for me. I know the grass is green,
but I wish it was greener. Wish it was a little bluer today. The first line is get a house on a hill, make a whole lot of money, that's when I'll be okay. Get a hit, make it big, maybe that's when I'll love me and all my problems will go away.
It's a particularly special song for Eric to share with his fans.
It's like, okay, we're all on this earth together, going through the same thing, and there's like a really special connection.
And Eric himself is recognizing that maybe the grass is green enough.
The focus should be on enjoying the process or enjoying the people that we have around us instead of looking for all these other external validations that perhaps we don't necessarily need.
How great are the lyrics to that song? So as you heard, the brothers have this mental health platform called Mindset. They say it was born out of fans expressing the desire to talk about mental health. It gives tools, meditation, journaling. Wow. It's really cool. I'm part of Nom Nation. That's what the fans are called now. Yes. I love all of the brothers. It was so great.
Guy.
Yeah, it was fantastic.
Thank you,
Savannah. That was great. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, just ahead, this is for real. Our Shop Today team has put together their first ever gift guide, and we have some great stocking stuffers, including that nostalgic little guy. Remember him? We'll be right back.
No, actually. What is...
We are back now with today's first editor-curated gift guide. They've handpicked their top 100 gifts, and this morning we are talking about stocking stuffers. So scan that QR code for some exclusive discount codes for Today viewers. Shop Today editorial director Adriana Brock is here. Good morning.
Hi. Good morning, guys. I'm so excited. Before we get started, I have to talk about Shop Today Savings. It's the first ever official Today browser extension for your desktop that's going to help you save money while you shop online. You can see a screenshot right here.
So how does it work?
Auto applies coupon codes across over 40,000 retailers, including favorites like Nordstrom, Gap, Ulta. I use it on groceries too, even. Super easy to install. If you go to today.com/savings, download it, get all the coupons, never miss another deal again.
Is it actual? I'm sorry, I don't know. Is it an actual device?
No, you add it to your Chrome, your browser.
Software, and then it just kicks in?
It kicks in at checkout. It auto applies discounts. Not on your phone yet, just on your desktop.
Genius.
And it includes some exclusive discounts that we always get for you guys here on the show too.
Let's get right to
Super
the
easy.
products.
Let's go to the first one. This is a beanie with a built-in light, which is so fun, and it's under $15. So it's going to keep you cozy and warm, but it's going to give you a little extra light. This is an awesome gift for kids, for the outdoorsy person, maybe your friend who's a runner and likes to run in the evening, you know.
She's not a runner anymore. No, I'm kidding.
She's like, I'm retired.
Yeah.
This could be great at night.
Exactly. Super
Walking
easy.
the dog. I mean, it's just nice to have that extra light.
I love this in my stocking.
Okay.
This is so cute.
This is such a cute one. This is from Mint and Lily, and this is an easy way to do a personalized gift without having to spend a ton of money or, wait on the personalization aspect, because you just get someone's initial. It comes in 18 karat plated gold, rose, and silver tone, which is really great. And the more you buy with this brand, the more you save. So you can get up to 65% off if you buy a set of 3.
So you get
and
all
then
your
you layer
friends.
on our exclusive discount that we have for you guys, which is 30%
Through that
off.
browser thing.
Through the browser extension, yeah.
Furbies.
Guys,
they're back.
They're back.
They were creepy before, and they're.
Listen, whether you love them in the 90s or you love to hate them, Furbies are back, and they're smaller than ever.
How does it work?
Okay, it's a little, Furbies are known for talking a lot and being very animated, so now they made them super tiny.
And you can turn them off.
And you can turn them off, which you couldn't do with the OG version, so we love that as parents. But now they're so tiny, you can clip them onto a backpack.
Adorable.
You can collect them
so
all.
funny. I thought they were in eggs. They're not in eggs. This is just
No,
the prop on
that's
the
just
desk.
that's just a cord.
But they're really cute in that
They're
gremlin
super
way.
cute, and they come in 6 different versions, and they do over 45 sounds and songs, including K-pop, electronic, rock, hip-hop, you name it.
Okay, let's
Talk about
do
these
these.
tech-
Ooh, this is a tech gift.
Okay, let's get into the tech gifts. We have 2 of them for you guys here.
Okay.
The first one is from Kodak. You all remember the instant cameras of back in the day. These are back. Everybody, the Gen Zers are obsessed with these, but anyone can love this because it's a great way to capture the moment instantly. Bad lighting and all. We took one here. It's super easy to use. You just point and
You know what
click.
I
Let's
like
take a
about
selfie.
it?
Take a selfie.
Oh,
Let's
you
do a
still
selfie.
do a selfie.
Yeah,
I'll
you
take a
can still
picture
do
of
a
you guys
selfie.
taking a selfie.
Okay. Oh, I think I turned it off. Whoop. You got to turn it on.
For my kids, they're learning how to not waste pictures. Because you have to
that's
actually
smart.
think about what you're doing. Otherwise, you'll run out.
Exactly. And we have 30% off for the first 250 shoppers of these.
These earbuds.
So,
Pretty
earbuds.
good?
Last but not least, we love these JLab earbuds because they're super affordable, under $30.
Everything
And
so sticky
what's really
today.
good about these is that they rival some of the more expensive competitors.
Really?
32 hours of battery life on a charge. Yeah, they're water resistant, not waterproof. I also kind of like that they go over your ears so
they
they
do.
don't
Yeah.
flip off.
Okay, too.
So they stay
Yeah. Yeah, they stay on. They're
How much are
comfortable.
these?
Well, we have an exclusive discount for you guys, 25% off, which brings them under $25. It's like a no-brainer stocking stuffer.
No-brainer. We say yes.
Yes, we love it.
Thank you so
Adriana,
much.
Thank you so much.
Of course,
These
thank
are
you
great
guys.
Little
Okay.
stocking stuffers. To see the full list of gifts, scan the QR code or head to today.com/.
Where are you going?
Gifts we love.
I'm going to go running outside at night with you.
Up next, now that we have the help with some gifts, we're going to talk holiday etiquette, how to be a better host and guest, and what you should absolutely not do this year. That.
Don't do that.
We'll be right back.
I see the light. are back with our series of life lessons. Almost time for those holiday parties and gatherings. And this morning, we are going to talk through some do's and don'ts with an etiquette expert. This is author of Modern Etiquette Made Easy, Mika Meyer.
Hello.
Thanks for coming back.
Good morning.
Thank you so much. So here's the thing. We've got these cute little gift boxes. We're going to take a question out of the gift box.
Cute.
Look at that. And then this is how we'll play. All right.
No question. Oh, yeah.
I'm hosting a party. It can be stressful. What are some ways to reduce the stress while giving guests the best holiday party experience?
Okay, so first think about the type of party you're having, the number that you want to have at your house.
Okay.
Ask if you want, do you want to give that person a +1 or not? Very specific. And then make sure you put an RSVP date by, so you're not getting those last minute RSVPs, right? You want to be very careful about that. But also, I always say, go in and try to tickle the 5 senses. When your guests first come in, it's my favorite hosting trick. So is there something smelling when they walk in? Are they greeted? Touch, right? Think about the festive music, the decor. So try to hit the 5 senses and you'll be an amazing host.
Good tips, Micah. Good tips.
Okay, I've got another question. Question number 2. Micah, how can we be better guests this holiday season?
RSVP?
Yes, RSVP,
Yeah.
exactly. So you think you're having good etiquette by showing up early, but actually about
very annoying.
10 minutes late past the invitation time is the right time to show up.
Oh, I was about to say I'm perfect.
It's very stressful when someone gets there early.
Yes, you hear the ding dong and
Yes.
you're like,
entertain them.
Exactly.
And you say never arrive empty-handed. Still do hostess gifts.
It is so important. So I will say you should have all of your hands so full that you have to use your elbow to ring that doorbell because you're coming to show gratitude for being invited.
That's nice. Nice.
I like that.
And dress to impress, huh?
Make sure to dress to impress. So mirroring the effort of the host.
Well, because
There's a lot
it
of
shows that you put some
care.
effort into it. Because
Exactly.
they
It's
did
a lot of work.
And then
I love
what's
the no
yeah?
phone.
What's up with the no phone?
So I always say when you're at a party, then you go off. You go offline, and that is the correct etiquette. So once somebody pulls out their phone, everybody pulls out their phone.
Yeah. Okay. I've got my question here. What kind of gift is appropriate to bring to a holiday party?
Okay. Beware of anything with sizing. If it's one size fits all, fine, but you could offend somebody, so you want to be careful. Also, give a gift receipt. That's a big one, so they don't have that awkward, oh, can I, exactly. And also, if you don't know somebody's religion, just happy holidays. Perfect card rather than a specific religion to the card.
Okay, and I have a quick bonus question here. I got 2 gifts. Sometimes get-togethers lead to unwanted or awkward conversations. What are ways to politely avoid these tricky moments?
Okay, this is called the holiday handoff, which if somebody's talking about something you don't want to talk about, you could say, not so sure about that one, but let's talk about Shane's recent trip to Hawaii. Whatever you want to, you can kind of pass it off, the holiday handoff.
That's cute.
And let them tell you. So everybody has that person that says, so, are you having a baby? So when are you getting married? So you don't want to ask such specific questions. Let the person decide what they want to tell you.
Okay.
I love that. And I like the go-to
I like to
question.
have a few go-to questions, just in your pocket for those awkward moments.
Exactly. What's the highlight of next year for you? What are you looking for?
I'd like to start with who are you voting for? Okay. Micah, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back.
That was good.
Tomorrow in the 3rd hour of today, singer-songwriter Jewel is live in Studio 1A.
That would be fun. Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, though, Jenna's sister, Barbara, she's joining the fun as guest host.
I love that. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a great day, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Today, we've got a very special show. My sister Barbara joins the fun as my guest co-host. Plus, you'll meet the loving Texas family who opened their home and their heart to two brothers. And we catch up with sisters and WNBA stars Nneka and Chiney Ogwumike. From Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, it's Today with Hoda
and Jenna.
It all starts right now. Hi, everyone. It is Thursday, November the 9th. Hoda is off, but look who's here. I've got my sissy. And she's done this once before. I didn't think she would ever do it again. But since our show is all about family and friendship, here she is.
I'm back. Here goes nothing.
Here goes nothing. Are you excited?
I'm excited.
How does it feel?
Exciting.
Exciting. Okay, well, we want to start off because y'all know my sister's name, Barbara, which is typically for 70 plus.
It's an older name.
It's an older name. And there was a Hello magazine headline that actually grabbed our attention because it said the top 10 retro baby names are actually making a comeback. The list includes Martha, Rita, Esther, and Barbara. How does that feel, Sissy?
It feels good. Most of my life, there were articles that said Barbara was going extinct.
Completely
extinct. It was on the list of names going extinct. So I'm glad we're back. I question the research because I have yet to meet a baby or a child named Barbara.
Except for on the parks where you live.
Well, there's definitely, I noticed in Brooklyn at the playground, we're sort of old is new.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Maves.
Yes.
There's some Doloreses. I hear a lot of
Come on, Dolores.
Come on, Dolores. I haven't heard Come on, Barbara, ever.
You've never, well, unless it's your husband or your child.
Yes, and she doesn't call me Barbara.
My children call me Jenna. You've heard that.
That's something for you to unpack with them.
It is something for me to unpack. In fact, when we FaceTimed Hal from our book tour, he goes, "Hello, Jenna." Hello, Jenna, which I take as a compliment because it is my name.
Your name.
Yeah, it is my name. Okay, but being a Barbara in 1990s was kind of complicated.
Well, it was more being a Barbara Bush in the 1990s was complicated because Ganny,
our grandmother,
was the first lady's wife.
Yeah.
So it drew attention.
Did you like it?
I didn't love attention. That's
Do you
why
like
I
it now?
rarely co-host with my sister.
Do you like attention now?
I'll take a touch of it.
Okay. So in the 90s, when people would say, "Hey, Barbara Bush," how would you feel?
I would, I would fall back.
You were a little bit embarrassed.
I was embarrassed to have attention. I didn't want attention. But then, of course, when Ganny passed away, the night she passed away, I was laying in bed and I felt ashamed that I had felt that way and proud that I had her name.
Are we already crying?
Oh, probably not, but maybe.
I thought you were dehydrated.
I am.
Okay, but being Barbara Bush in the 90s was kind of hilarious.
Well, it was more in the 2000s that it got funny because it wasn't necessarily... It was complicated for me, but it was complicated for family members. One time, as you know, our cousin Wendy wrote me an email address. The subject line was laser hair removal or electrolysis. And she wrote, "Yo, what's up? I'm thinking about getting laser hair removal or electrolysis on my bikini line. Do you have any recommendations?" And then she pressed send, and it autofilled Ganny's email address, and she received the email. She replied right away. She said she had never done either.
Yes.
And all she could offer was to avoid harsh products like Nair.
Which makes us wonder, did she try Nair down there? I don't know. No, erase. It was, yeah. Did that just bomb? Who just whispered? Who just whistled? Who just whistled? Chris! Okay, well, there is some big news, Barbara.
Yeah,
I know how you love television. Have you started watching our show?
I do online.
You do? Okay. Well, that's good. That's a plus from the last time.
And I follow you on Instagram after the last time.
We shamed her. We publicly shamed her.
Yes.
Okay, well, there's big news for one of our favorite shows, which you've actually watched because since you're on our show, you got a television.
I got a television.
Welcome to 1955. We're so glad you could join us, Barbara.
I've arrived.
Yes, make us a turkey pot pie after dinner.
I shall.
Okay, so The White Lotus is not only coming back for season 3, but the creator just said it is going to be supersized. It is going to be longer. It is going to be bigger. It is going to be crazier.
Fab. I can't wait.
Are you into, did you watch both seasons?
I watched both seasons. I obviously love Jennifer Coolidge, and I'm curious how she will return. I don't want to say any spoilers, but
she may not return.
Will she return?
She may not return because sometimes when the season ends the way it did with Jennifer Coolidge, there's nowhere to go but away.
There could be a flashback.
Do you remember when we once hung out with Jennifer Coolidge at a bar?
Yeah, it was right after she was Stifler's mom.
Yeah, do you remember that?
Yes.
And we took watermelon shots. Do you remember?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, gross.
No, they were
No, not
delicious.
her, the watermelon
No,
shot.
the watermelon shot was good.
Do you remember it being good?
I do. Okay, well, season 2 starred Aubrey Plaza.
Yes.
She's really cute. She's been on our show. She actually once came on our show in a witch's costume and stayed in character for the entire interview.
Like a method vibe?
Sort of. We didn't really know where to go. It was
it Halloween?
Yeah, it was around
Okay,
Halloween.
I love that for her.
It was a strange interview, but we adore her. Anyway, she is getting ready to star in an off-Broadway show. So she needed a place to live. She was moving to New York. She didn't have a house. This is what she decided to do.
What?
She decided to pick up the phone and call Patti LuPone and said, "Hey, Patti, can I stay with you?" Patti said, "Sure."
Cute.
And
It's
she said,
a sleepover vibe.
Yeah, but they lived together for a couple months. It was a month or 2 long sleepover. She said that she loved the sleepover, but they had very different vibes.
Okay.
This is what she said. She says she sleeps in a very sexy black nightgown, and I have on this long cotton. I look Victorian. All that's missing is a nightcap. Well, we've been on a weekend-long sleepover.
We have. We've been on a road trip through Texas.
Yes.
Through 5 cities where we shared a bed in each city.
Yes, we actually usually go into a hotel and they're like, "Here are your rooms." And, you know, Mrs. Hager, here's your room. Barbara, here's your room, or whatever. Mrs. Bush, here's your room. And then we usually say,
And we say we actually just want one room, we'll share a room.
Yeah.
So it's both cost savings and cozy.
Yes. And we have different styles. But
say more.
Well, I think you like to be in an old slip.
I like a nightgown. I love a nightgown.
Yeah, but usually it's a very worn slip. It's not just a nightgown, it's like a slip.
Yeah, I love a slip.
Like a 1950s slip.
Yes,
What I'm
Barbara.
I'm realizing that you're really living up to the name Barbara in all ways.
I am. It's been intentional.
It is?
Well, no, not really.
Do you know how to make a turkey pot pie?
No.
What's
I will learn.
You will learn how to make a turkey pot pie?
Yes.
We don't even like turkey.
No, turkey is a wasted food.
Except
a lovely animal.
A lovely animal, yet a wasted food. Although we did have one twin moment.
We had a psychic moment that involved a turkey sandwich.
We were both eating the turkey sandwich.
We both took one bite.
As we took the bite, we both said at the same time, this would be better with pepper. Why didn't you say it? That's what we said.
Yeah, we both said this would be better with pepper at the same time. Therefore, we had a psychic connection over a turkey sandwich.
Okay, so I'm going to see if you know these siblings, okay? Barbara does not know very much about pop culture. These are some siblings that are making some headlines. Their names are Travis and Jason Kelce.
Okay, yes.
Do you know them?
Yes, Travis Kelce has really been in the news a lot lately.
Why?
Because he's dating Taylor Swift. And he's an excellent athlete.
And he's an excellent athlete. Do you know his brother?
I've learned about his brother.
When?
This morning.
Okay. Because he's an excellent athlete.
He's
too.
an excellent
But he
athlete too, and we like their excellence.
Okay. Well, yesterday we announced People Magazine named Patrick Dempsey the sexiest man alive. Were you happy with that choice?
Yes, because I think we discovered him when we watched Can't Buy Me Love.
1,754
yes,
times.
I would say we were early adopters to Patrick Dempsey.
That's true. Well, lots of people actually predicted, Barbara, that Travis was going to be somewhere in the magazine, possibly even on the cover. But to their surprise, it was not Travis. It was Jason who made the pages. Yeah, I kind of like that. The underdog brother.
Yeah.
And look at him. He's
he
rugged.
Looks great.
He's got a beard.
I like Jason.
Well, this is what Jason joked. He joked, I am not even the sexiest man in my own family, let alone the sexiest man alive. So they have different looks, those brothers.
Yes.
Do you prefer a kind of groomed Travis, or you like a scruffier Jason?
I like, why do I have to choose?
Oh, you like them both?
I like both rugged and pretty.
And what about a tattoo?
I love a tattoo.
But you don't love one for yourself? Would you ever get one?
As you know, I've tried.
Oh, yeah.
And luckily, fate's gotten in the way.
Yes.
Every time.
So would you still try, or you feel like you've outgrown it?
I'm good. I outgrew it.
But you still like a man with a tattoo?
Yes.
But does your husband have one?
No, and that's great for him.
Okay. All right, y'all, more with my sister Barbara. We're revealing some of our very first loves right after this. Good job, sissy. You did it. You guys, I am back with my sissy, and Barbara and I are so excited about our new book, Love Comes First. It is out now.
It is out now.
And we've been on book tour.
We have. We've been on book tour. We wrote this book actually inspired while we were on our last book tour because all of our books have been about sisters. We're sisters. That's how we go through the world. And we would meet people on book tour who would say, I don't have a sister, but I brought my best friend or I brought my cousin. And they make me feel loved and like I'm enough. So we wrote a book all about love.
What we realized is the common denominator is love. Okay, and you guys, we will be in New Orleans tomorrow.
Yes.
The Garden District Bookstore, 4 p.m. Come and see us. And then we'll be in Laurel, Mississippi on Saturday, which we're looking forward to. Okay, so our book got us thinking about love of all kinds. So we want to celebrate playing a game called First Loves.
Here's how it works. The first loves generator will spin and land on a topic, and then we will share our first love from that category.
All right, shall we spin that thing?
Let's
the generator?
do it.
Let's go.
Spin it.
Spin.
First concert I ever loved was with you.
Yes, we went in first grade. Our mom took us to the Paul Simon concert.
For the Graceland tour.
For the Graceland tour, which is still one of the best albums of all time. If you're in a bad mood, listen to it. But what about your first, what's it called? Crowd surfing moment.
We did in seventh grade go to Pearl. Seventh grade, we went to the Pearl Jam concert.
Yes.
And I body surfed.
Barbara, I looked up and I saw tiny Barbara up there among the crowd. Okay, next one. Hit the spinner. Hit it. First crush. Well, Barbara's first crush was Jared Leto.
My So-Called Life.
My So-Called Life.
I heard he was here today. I loved Jordan Catalano.
Yes, remember when they made out in the boiler room?
Yes.
It was a classic
So good.
episode.
What about you? Who was your first crush?
Who was my first crush?
Michael Bolton. Did you listen to Michael Bolton all the time?
I did listen to Michael Bolton. I'm not sure that he was my first crush.
I think you were into him.
Okay. Let's spin it. By the way, Michael has aged very well. The first pet. Barbara and I are both cat women.
Yes, proudly.
Cat moms. I told you how I've been pushing Holly in a stroller.
Yes, I have Eleanor. She's 14. She's a teenager and fab.
She's feral and she only likes Barbara. But our first loves, mine was Baxter.
And mine was Spritey.
We named it after her favorite self.
I loved Sprite, and so I named Spritey after Sprite.
Okay, push it.
Oh.
The first cocktail I ever loved.
I think they're
Wow.
trying to shame us with our underage drinking, minor in possession of alcohol.
Yeah, that was rude.
I think this is shame coming from my own team, but I would have to say it was probably a wine cooler.
Definitely a wine cooler.
Or a Natty Light.
Or remember there was something called Strawberry Hill or something like that? I don't know if that's still around, but I liked it. It was all sugar.
Yeah, and it made you feel terrible. Anyway, that was really fun.
That was fun.
That was special. Coming up next, y'all, a couple who opened their home to more love.
The surprise phone call that transformed one Texas family forever after this.
Today, we are celebrating all kinds of families and the special bonds parents and siblings have with one another.
Marissa Stiles' family recently got a little bit bigger. We'll chat with everyone in a moment, but first, take a look at their story.
My name is Marissa, and I am 14 years old. I was adopted from China, and I think I was 11 months old.
She was just a joy. She was just an amazing baby. She was so special. Over the years, she always asked for a sibling.
She always wanted a baby sister.
We just felt like our family was together. Our family was complete, or we thought it was complete.
But 9 months ago, Marissa's parents, Dina and Thomas, got a call. There were two boys who had lost both of their parents within 5 months of each other. They were living with their 77-year-old grandfather, but needed a forever home.
I remember the night we sat down and had a little family meeting, and we talked about what we were doing, what our plan was, and we asked her how she felt about it. And she started crying, like she was so excited. So that's when we felt like we knew we were doing the right thing.
I was excited for this change, and I was excited to have someone to hang with. I was expecting them to be girls.
We first had a phone call with the boy's grandfather, and the phone call went great. And then a couple of weeks later, we actually drove to his house.
When we walked up to the door, Levi was jumping up and down because he was so excited to meet us.
And I remember at one point I asked Joseph, I said, "Are you nervous, Joseph?" And he said, "Yeah." I said, "You know what? I am too." You know, it was kind of an emotional day.
I was very happy because I could never imagine being a big sister. I've always wanted to be, but I never actually thought I would be.
So the oldest one is 8, and he's in 3rd grade. He asks a lot of questions, very inquisitive. The little one is 3. He's always moving, always climbing, always jumping, throwing. We have to watch him every minute.
They add a bunch of energy to the house.
They both love her, so
They do.
I think she'll be an awesome sister. Right now, she is.
Her and the little man have really bonded over that relationship. Here we go.
Today is a big day for Marissa and her family, Adoption Day. Marissa is officially becoming a big sister, and after a lot of heartbreak, her little brothers, Joseph and Levi, are getting a new family.
Hey. Hi, how are you? Good. The matter before the court is a final adoption of these good-looking boys. You were the only boy in the family, and you needed boys. Is that right?
Yes, I wanted to outnumber the girls.
So you wanted to step back into being a granddad.
Yes.
Okay. So you agree this adoption's in the best interest of their of these
Yes, I do.
children. The court approves the adoption order as proposed and grants this adoption. Thank you. Adoption grant.
I just think there couldn't have been a better couple and family to adopt them. They've been through more than boys should have to be. My hope is that they grow up and feel secure and feel loved.
I'm very excited to watch them grow up and make memories with them.
I get to be with a new family, and I have a new mom and dad, and I have a sister. I have more family members, and now I have 2 families, kind of.
That's right, buddy. We're a family.
Yeah.
When she kept saying she wanted a sister and she wanted a sister, I said, well, you know what? I said, God knows what we need. I really think that's how we all met and came together. I think, we needed these boys as much as they needed us.
How beautiful is that story? And today is World Adoption Day, and we are so proud to say that the Stiles family is officially a family of 5. And they're here with us.
They're here with us today. Deanna, Marissa, Joseph, Levi, and Thomas.
Oh my gosh, you guys, we're so happy you're here.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you for being here. Okay, so Dina, we know that the adoption was finalized. We got to be there. You said in the piece that you needed these boys as much as they needed you.
Yes. We were a threesome for so long, and we always knew that Marissa wanted a sibling, and we always knew we wanted more children. And it was just never the right time, and suddenly it seemed the right time, and we matched up, and I just think it was just a God thing. We were meant to be.
I hear it was a God thing. Y'all were meant to be.
Yes. Marissa, you now have 2 little brothers. What's that been like?
Well, it's been very exciting. They've added so much color and energy to the house, and it's a lot more fun now.
It is? Do you have somebody to play with?
Yes, I do.
Y'all, is Marissa a good big sister?
Yeah.
Is she a great big sister?
Yeah.
Did you ever know that you weren't going to be the oldest brother? You were going to have somebody to look after you?
I know.
Kind of. And what about you, Levi?
Yeah.
Do you love living with your parents?
Yeah.
You do? Do you feel safe?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that makes us happy. Do you like being on TV?
Yeah.
Thomas, we know this has been an incredible transition for your family. How do you feel like these boys have completed your family?
I think they completed it a lot, and now it's boys outnumber the girls. So now it's all soccer games, starting basketball, Cub Scouts, and a loud house and a lot of laundry.
I don't know if y'all know this, but the Gladney home is special to our family because our parents almost adopted babies from there. The day they got accepted, they found out they were pregnant with us.
Oh.
So it's a really, really special place. Okay, do you want to announce this?
One thing that's really fun about having a big family is going on vacation.
So what do you guys think? Do y'all like vacation?
Yeah.
Raise your hand if you like vacation.
Raise your hand.
Yes.
Do y'all, here, let me ask you one other thing, boys. Do y'all like Legos?
Yeah.
Okay, what about this? Legoland Florida Resort is going to give y'all a 4-day, 3-night vacation, complete with tickets to all of those places, 3 Legoland theme parks, a stay at one of the cool Legoland hotels, and credits for airfare, meals, plus a gift card for some souvenirs. Y'all want to go on a trip?
Yeah.
Y'all want to? Okay, what do y'all think about that? Would that be fun?
Yay!
Oh, wait, and Donna has a little something for you guys.
To get excited.
Just to get you excited. Marissa, we can tell already you're going to be an incredible big sister.
Thank you.
We're sending so much love to all of y'all. Okay, Dina, Marissa, Joseph, Levi, Thomas, y'all have fun.
Thank you.
Okay.
Up next, they couldn't be sweeter. Siblings Rima and Ravi Patel whip up some incredible desserts after this.
Thank you, guys. All right, y'all, we are sticking with the sibling theme today with brother and sister duo Rima and Ravi Patel. They were crowned champions. Where are you, sissy? Come here. They were crowned champions of the most recent season of the Peacock competition series, Baking It. It's hosted by Amy Poehler and Maya Rudolph.
And today they're here to show us how to make 2 delicious desserts.
Hi, y'all. How are you?
Good.
Okay,
Doing well.
First of all, I'm obsessed with the way you guys got on the show. I heard the producers called you and said, do you have anybody to bring with you?
Yeah, and it's so funny because I was like, yeah, I would love to be on a baking competition. And then I was like, I'll bring my brother Ravi.
And I had no idea what I'm doing.
At all.
At all. No, never.
We did like a 2-week baking boot camp before we left, and I was like, here's everything I could possibly teach you.
Did you teach him?
Yeah.
They won.
And he's like good.
He's pretty
enough
good.
now.
You're enough.
Yeah.
Good
I think
enough.
she's being nice.
Okay, so you're going to show us how to make 2 desserts. What are we making?
We're gonna start with a no-bake chai cheesecake.
Yummy.
On this end, we're gonna start with the Biscoff cookie crumbs.
Okay.
But honestly, you can use whatever you have on hand.
Cool.
If you have graham crackers, you have Oreos, whatever makes you
Okay.
happy.
So what should we do?
If you want to start.
Yes, I'll help you.
Yeah, pour
Sissy
the
does
melted
that.
butter in.
Is it warm?
Yeah, it's warm. You want to have it melted, and then brown sugar
Yum.
and some salt.
Okay.
And then give it a stir.
All right.
And this is a super easy recipe. Like this, we're not putting anything in the oven today.
I know. Isn't that great?
Yeah, and then you can pour that right into the pan.
And you kind of mold it?
Yeah.
That wasn't great. You want to mix it better.
The nice thing about this recipe is that there's such few ways to mess it up. Like,
Well,
so you're doing great.
Something tells me it could be me that messes it.
We're gonna, if you happen to have like a cup or a measuring cup,
push it.
push it down. You want to pack it as tightly as you possibly can for
Okay,
structure.
Awesome. Now we're making the actual cheesecake.
Yes. So in this mixing bowl here, we've got room temperature cream cheese, vital that it's softened.
Okay.
Cream cheese and sour cream. And then we are going to pour in, if you would like to.
Yes.
We have granulated sugar, powdered sugar.
Wow, we're really
you out.
sugaring it up.
Yeah, some lemon juice. And vanilla extract.
Yummy. I love vanilla extract.
And honestly, if you wanted to stop here, you just got no big cheesecake.
Okay.
But we're gonna make a chai spice, and we're gonna throw in all these spices here. We've got cinnamon, nutmeg, ginger, clove, cardamom. But if you don't have these, just use like
Okay,
pumpkin
so
pie
mix,
spice.
mix.
Yeah.
Let's fake it, mix it.
Mix it.
Now we have this.
And we're gonna mix our heavy whipping cream, like whip it to a stiff peak, mix
Yeah.
it in, and we're
Yummy.
gonna fold it in. Once it's all folded, hypothetically,
Yeah.
we
And
use
be
all of
very
it.
gentle with it. Otherwise, you're going to
Yes.
end up getting butter. That's one thing Rena taught me.
Yeah, you
like
over
the
with your whipped
trick.
cream.
Yeah.
It's a good trick.
Yeah, so we mix it in, and then we just, if you want to pour it into.
Well, Sissy, let's move to the next recipe.
That looks good. Okay, what's this?
So over here, we're going to be making a coconut almond burfi. So
Okay.
that's a dessert we typically have around Diwali time. I'm going to show you my easy version of that.
Let's see it.
So we're going to start with some toasted sweetened coconut.
Okay.
And we're going to add that sweetened condensed milk to the mixture here.
Yum. Delicious.
And this
Okay.
is the perfect recipe to have kids involved because it's so foolproof.
Okay.
Sissy, you can
And-
make it with the kids this Christmas.
Yeah, definitely. And I think a fun way to do this is make the mixture and you can make little balls, dip it in white chocolate, now you have snowman.
Oh, cute.
It's a perfect dessert to get the family involved.
Okay.
So we're gonna mix all that.
Okay,
and then
mix,
once it's-
pretend, mix.
Once we're mixed, we're gonna add it to a pan here and just kind of smooth it out and pack it tightly.
Okay.
And we're gonna add the chocolate ganache.
Yummy.
And we use warm cream and any type of chocolate you prefer, half and half.
Delish.
We're gonna pour that, smooth it over.
Okay.
And we're gonna top it off with almonds or a nut of your choice. And
little sea salt.
Rima says that if you want to make something fancy, just add flaky salt.
It's true.
It's true. Flaky salt on anything.
So
Because
that's-
sweet and salt go so well together.
Exactly.
And that's it?
That's it. Put it in the freezer for 15, 20 minutes, and you can cut it and serve.
We're coming to have a bite,
Very
but we
easy.
don't have a fork, which is kind of a problem.
Pick it up.
That's never stopped you before, Sissy.
Sissy, these are clean. Okay, because I really want to try. Well, there was a period where I only ate cheesecake.
Oh my gosh, I love that. And it's so easy. Like,
Amazing.
To get these recipes, y'all. Thank y'all so much.
Thank
thank you.
Go to today.com/food and be sure to watch the first 2 seasons of Baking It. All you have to do is head to our sister network, Peacock.
Up next, another pair of very talented siblings, the WNBA's Nneka and Chiney Ogwumike. After this.
Today, we are celebrating family, sisterhood, and the unbreakable bonds that come with it.
And for Los Angeles Sparks teammates Nneka and Chiney Ogwumike, sisterhood has been a superpower.
Okay, we're going to chat with them in a moment, but first, take a look at their story. Meet basketball phenoms Nneka and Chiney Ogwumike, the only sisters to be drafted #1 overall in American professional sports. The Houston, Texas natives are first-generation Americans. Their parents immigrated from Nigeria, inspiring their children to reach for greatness. And that's just what they did. In 2008, Nneka's years of training paid off. Recruited by Stanford, she competed in the Final Four 4 years in a row. 2 years later, Chiney joined her older sister at Stanford and made 3 Final Four appearances of her own. Nneka was the #1 overall pick in the 2012 WNBA draft. She's currently an 8-time WNBA All-Star. In 2014, Chiney was drafted by the Connecticut Sun as a #1 pick. Just 5 years later, she joined her sister on the Los Angeles Sparks, where they played together for 4 years.
Nneka inside, got it to go!
Nneka serves as the WNBA Players Association president. And Chiney, she's an NBA broadcast analyst and was recently appointed to the President's Advisory Council on African Diaspora Engagement in the United States. From humble beginnings to dominating the world of women's basketball, these sisters are holding their court. Nneka and Chiney, we are so happy that y'all are here. My sister is obsessed with you.
Yes.
Thank you for having
#1
us.
fan. Thank you for coming on. We hear that y'all were terrified at your first ever basketball practice. Tell us about that.
Absolutely. I mean, Chiney can probably tell you a little bit more of her version of the story. But, you know, I'm not someone who kind of, if there's a challenge in front of me, even if I don't want to do it, I just kind of face it. And we had practice, and we were both wearing jorts.
We always say we were wearing jorts. We fell into basketball, fell in love with it, but she's being way too gracious. We were wearing jorts. I'll never forget. Mine had like a butterfly embroidery, halter tops, heads, socks.
How old were you?
Nneka was probably around like
I think
10.
I was like 9 or 10.
9 or 10.
Were y'all good?
No, I'll tell you this.
Yeah.
Nneka,
I thought I was.
Nneka's first shot didn't just go over the backboard, it went over the scoreboard, over the backboard.
So it kind of gives hope for all of those parents out there, right?
For sure.
To stick with things.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, what is it like to be reunited and get to play together?
Oh, it's fun.
It's a dream.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really think about being able to play with each other, let alone in college and then also professionally. So we really do feel blessed to be able to be on the same team.
It's so much fun.
So y'all obviously dominate on the court, but I know you both have major leadership roles off the court. So Nneka, tell us about what you do with the WNBA Players Association.
Yes, so I'm serving currently in my 3rd term as president of the Players Association. And you can imagine it's all the roles that a president would have, but mostly just delegating and ensuring that, you know, I listen to the players and they get what they need.
Like equal pay.
Yeah, like equal pay, exactly.
And you are, but you are on this very cool board that President Biden appointed you to?
Yes, not too long ago, maybe about a week ago.
Yeah, it was a week ago.
I was in D.C. at the White House, got appointed by President Biden to really help promote diaspora engagement, which is really important to us because we're first generation Nigerian American, and my parents were there. They had their phones out. It was truly special, but basically to represent the next generation and help advocate for people like us who have dreams and realizing that they're valid as well.
So what do your parents think? First of all, you're one of 4 sisters, which is kind of a dream for just the 2 of us. And all 4 of y'all have played basketball, Division I basketball?
Yeah, we all did. I mean, we're just very blessed. I think also, too, we learned about basketball growing up together, so we were kind of raised, even with my parents, just understanding the game and what it could offer, and we're just very grateful to have been able to not only play, but we didn't pay for school, and we were able to obviously forge in different careers and paths. So,
And a lot of people always say, like, oh, your basketball backyard battles must have been crazy. But the reality is, I think one thing our parents taught us is not to be competitive as women, but to be collaborative. And that's why I call her my, not role model, my goal model, because she is the oldest. She sets goals and like she brings us along the way. I always say I ride her coattails to success, and it's really helped us.
Hardly. She's doing so much right
Oh my
now.
God, y'all are the best sisters ever.
goals.
Wait, also, can we just say y'all have serious style? Barbara was
thank
sending
you.
me your Instagram. Let's show
I know,
some of
in
these
advance.
looks. Look at these looks.
Oh yeah. Oh, that shoulder pad was a look.
That I was scared of.
Look at that.
My favorite is the denim NECA. I
Yeah,
love the
denim
look.
was cute.
Oh my God, y'all
Yeah.
are the best. Okay, but so I like your stance on competitiveness, but I'm very competitive. Okay,
We've heard. And
Okay,
we are too.
We are
okay, but I support you, and yet y'all are going down because coming up, we're
Not happening. Not happening.
well, we each know our sisters.
Jenna and I challenge NECA and Shanae to a sister showdown.
Let's go.
Let's go. I hope so.
We are back with our two new favorite sisters, NECA and Shanae Ogumake. And since I'm here with my sissy, we thought we would put our sister knowledge to a test in a game we're calling
Sisters Know Best.
Hey,
Donna, take it away.
Okay, I'm so excited. Hi, sisters.
Hi.
So right now you have answers to questions that we asked you before the show about yourselves and your sisters. So in each round, I'll ask one sister a question about the other, and if your answers match, you get a point. Ready?
Okay. Let's go. We all know we're competitive, and we know y'all are
So are
competitive.
we. First up, Barbara. What is Jenna's go-to karaoke song?
Okay,
You have it right there.
I struggled. It's either Celine Dion or Meatloaf, and I went with Meatloaf.
Wait, Jenna, not yet.
Do I lift?
Yep.
Yes. I do anything
Okay,
for
Jenna.
love.
Is that
I would do
my
God.
Oh dear.
Wow, good job. I'm glad you went with that.
That's
Okay.
crazy.
Now, NECA,
Yes.
what is Shanae's go-to karaoke?
I really struggled with this, but I just said something Beyonce.
Oh,
Is that right?
Coming from the age.
It's not.
We did. I did it on a cruise like when I was 13 years old, and it was miserable. I thought she'd remember that.
I did Meatloaf on a cruise.
Oh, there you go.
I'm good. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
sis. It's okay. It's all
All
right.
right, round two. Shanae, what is NECA's guilty pleasure?
Oh, this is easy. People call her
Okay.
Chef Neck for a reason, baby.
Okay, 1-1. Sissy.
Okay,
Back in the
1-1.
game.
All right, Jenna, what is Barbara's guilty pleasure?
People call her the Cookie Monster for one reason. Cookies.
Yes, that is correct.
I've seen her take down a whole pack of McMilano in about 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
That's impressive.
Okay, here we go. Round three. Barbara, where was Jenna's first kiss?
Okay, I know it was in 4th grade, and I know it was with John Henderson. I think
We
I
don't
said,
need, we don't need to
after
name names.
school.
You said who, what, where, when,
We
why?
don't need to name names.
Jenna, is that true?
Spin the bottle, party.
So we get half a point?
Yes.
Some of us might have
You
said
were
I was too
specific.
young,
You said
but
after school.
not me.
Okay.
All right, NECA.
This is embarrassing.
Where did Shanae's first kiss happen?
So I'm only doing this based off of a recent answer, and I thought it was in her LA condo.
Oh, no way. No. I was going to say, because I'm, a girl college. I thought you were going to go to the college.
I was doing it based on recent events.
But I was doing it based on, what may be true.
Yeah. That's my fault. That's my fault.
It was really nice.
Should I be embarrassed in my first kiss?
I was just going to say,
High school?
stark
No.
contrast.
Okay, high school. Okay.
Okay, all right, this is the final round.
Okay.
Shanae, what is NECA's go-to dance move?
You guys
Okay,
Fingers crossed,
she
fingers
busted this out in high school. I'm not even gonna say it. I
my
hope this is
gosh.
right. The Harlem
Oh
Shake.
my God.
Come on, NECA used to be known for her Harlem
that
Shake.
right?
In the middle of a dance group, she come out like it was Lil Bow Wow in the
Well,
Harlem
the
Shake.
story is right, but the answer I gave.
Oh, that's my
I know.
Wait,
We
so
failed.
was it
Lily, the Harlem Shake?
Yeah, that was my dance move.
Okay.
But like, I haven't done it in years. But that was your only go-to. But this is it now.
This is
All
ours,
right.
collective.
I feel bad, actually, because we love y'all, and I feel like I'm going to get this one. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think
No,
so too.
don't feel bad. Win.
Jenna, here I go.
Jenna, what is
We've
Barbara's
already won.
go-to dance move?
Barbara loves a shimmy. I love a shimmy.
Wow. You know what? Rematch. Can we take it outside? Can we take it out? Let's play 2-on-2. Tell me have a ball or a court.
Yeah. Do y'all have a basketball?
The Bush sisters, we could go off with a dance move if anyone wants to volunteer themselves.
Oh, well, I mean, you know, you did say
Jenna,
that.
well, I'm not.
You did say
The
that
bucking
you were-
bronco, perhaps?
I'll keep it classy.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, the shimmy.
All right, you guys, by the way, if we were playing a basketball competition, it would be embarrassing. We adore y'all.
Good game.
Likewise.
Have a great wedding. Can I just thank my little sissy, my hermanita, for hanging out with me today? Thanks for having me, sissy. Will you ever come back? Possibly. Possibly is better than no. And can I just give a quick reminder, I have a new episode of my Read with Jenna podcast with one of my favorite authors, Kate Camillo. It drops today. You scan that QR code, get Read with Jenna wherever you get podcasts. Tomorrow we have Blake Shelton. Plus former White House chef Andre Rush. And I've got my sissy.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming to this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Welcome to Today. So happy to see you guys. Would you like my boost?
Yes.
Back, here we go. Sometimes we just do things to help.
That's our Hoda.
Happy birthday.
We got an awesome crowd, y'all.
For music icon Shania Twain, songs like That Don't Impress Me Much,
That don't impress me much.
You're Still the One,
You're still the one I run to.
and Man, I Feel Like a Woman,
Man, I feel like a woman.
catapulted her into musical icon status. She became the top-selling female country music artist in history. But behind the music is the ultimate story of survival. After a battle with Lyme disease, Shania came close to losing the very thing that kept her alive, her voice. The Shania you'll meet today has experienced a rebirth, more confident, more at peace, and with more agency in her own life. This Shania is free. The Shania who sits across from me today is open, honest, and unapologetic. You are in a beautiful chapter in your life. I feel like you're comfy in your own skin. How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated in so many ways. I'm feeling positive and optimistic.
but still at the same time very unapologetic.
That's a good word.
You know what I mean? I don't feel like I need to explain myself as much as probably ever in my life. But I feel very responsible still. You know, like the Queen of Me title for the new album, it couldn't be more fitting for where I'm really at in my own mind. I'm responsible for myself. I take the good with the bad. I know I've got faults. I know I'll never be perfect. And I'll keep striving to be better, but I'm mostly enjoying the search.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying the evolution.
They say there's that saying, if you're not learning, you're dying. If you're not growing, you're dying. And I feel like through all these chapters in your life, you're always evolving. Because some people are very similar, I feel like, year to year to year, but I don't feel like that's you at all.
I feel like I'm an explorer at
Yeah.
heart. You know, I like to explore things I've never done, mostly things I've never thought of. That's where songwriting is so great, because it's a creative platform to let my imagination run wild, and I'm a true explorer in that sense with songwriting. So that's always been a very liberated space for me anyway, but I think more in my real life, I'm taking on more of the, you know, I'm letting go of inhibition a lot more.
Wow. People say write what you know. If someone were just to see this album and see your life, they would say, wow, her life was rose-colored glasses and she went through that way. This is a moment in your life where you are seeing the joy.
I'm celebrating the joy.
Yeah.
Really. I've always seen the good in things. I've always been an optimistic person, but I'm appreciating being able to sing again after this, you know, very difficult operation on my throat. I'm just grateful for so many things. I have a great son. I have a happy marriage. I'm healthy. My focus is more about well-being than it's ever been before. I'm just concerned less about the small things.
I love it.
You know, the important things. There's a small list of really, really essential things in order to be happy.
Yes.
It's a small list.
What do you need to be happy?
You know, you need health.
Health. You got that.
Yes,
Yeah.
you got health. I need freedom, meaning, I mean, anything creative gives me freedom.
Yeah.
I could live in a box and still find that freedom.
Wow, that's good.
I really could. I can escape with my mind.
Yeah.
And I'm exploring that more than I've ever done before. I'm writing things that are more explorative, more, I wouldn't say more honest, because I've always been very honest. I'm more frank than I've ever been.
That's a good thing to be.
You know, with my lyrics.
The songs are fun. They're bouncy. Giddy Up is a blast. You decide that you are going to be 100% you.
Yeah.
I mean, this is terrifying at any age.
Yeah.
At our age, it's maybe a little extra.
Well, it was, I did a photo shoot in the nude.
In the nude.
In the nude.
First
And
time you've ever done
First
that?
time. Are you kidding? Oh my gosh. No, that was a real leap of faith in my own courage.
Yeah.
People always thank me for being so courageous about talking about certain things, about sharing things. And I started to look at myself and say, you know, how courageous really am I?
Wow.
How much inspiration am I really giving? And am I really living that inspiration myself? It's been a lot of reflection. And no, listen, when I stand in front of the mirror, I don't like to stand in front of the mirror.
You don't?
No. Or only at certain angles. Or if I look at myself from head to toe in the mirror, I see my faults. I'm just tired of that lack of freedom. I want to be more relaxed and comfortable in my own skin. It is what it is, and I can't change it. So it's the way I see things that has to change instead of changing who I am and what I look like. So fashion and clothing and styling and glamour, hair, makeup, all that stuff. This is something that I like to play with. And you can play with how clothing and hair and makeup can complement your assets or make your faults disappear even. But when you're naked, now you're relying entirely on your own love of yourself and respect for yourself. So there's two different things. I can feel beautiful when I'm dressed up, And I feel beautiful when I'm naked too. There's no way I would have said that before I took this leap of do a naked photo shoot. I don't even know where I got the courage to do it. I think I just got fed up of judging myself.
Isn't that funny how we do that?
Just fed up with it, you
Yeah.
know? Why am I doing this?
Yeah. So let's talk about just how you grew up. Did you know that your childhood upbringing was different, was difficult? You didn't have often enough money for food, to keep the lights on, for heating. These are basic essentials that a child needs. Did you know what you were living in at the time?
I certainly did from the moment I started going to school. In the autumn in Canada, it's cold. You need winter clothing. I would go through a whole winter with rubber boots. It's dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
You know, your feet can freeze. You can't go out for recess with rubber boots. So I'd have to make up excuses to stay in for recess. So it was really clear early on that we weren't like the other kids, that we weren't dressing like we needed to. We weren't eating like we needed to.
How do you mean?
All the other kids came to school with lunches, like nice lunches, you know. Even if it wasn't elaborate, even if it was just a sandwich and an apple and a drink. There'd be days when we would have nothing, and I would always sit there going, "Oh my gosh, is she not going to eat her apple? Like if she would just give me that apple, you know?" And I didn't ever want to ask because then suspicion starts rising. You know, why don't you have your own lunch? And when my teacher would ask that, I would say, "Oh, I forgot it," or "Oh, I'm not hungry. It's in my locker," or. And you learn very quickly that you are not within the norm.
Was it shame? What was it?
Part of it was shame, and also a lot of it was to stay under the radar.
Why?
This is very important for kids that are neglected or abused because you've got social services stepping in the door, you know, taking the kids away or getting your parents in trouble.
So you were afraid of getting them in trouble.
Afraid of getting them in trouble and afraid of being separated.
I can't imagine carrying that burden as a kid. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I can't ask for help because if I ask for help, then I'm going to get my mom and dad in trouble. So therefore, I will live this way.
And it'll be my fault.
And it'll be your fault if something goes wrong.
Yes, if I say something, it'll be my fault. If my parents get in trouble, it'll be my fault that the kids are separated. It'll be my fault.
Did your parents bring that up to you, or how did you know that?
Oh, my parents made it very clear. It's a burden. It's too much for a child to have to cope with the lack of necessities, but then to also keep it a secret when you're going out there every day into this normalcy, into what you know is normal.
Yeah, you're like, why don't we have that? I mean, it seems so basic. So your escape was what ended up being your talent and what brings you here today, which is your singing. Was that how you escaped what seems like a very unsettling childhood? Did you just hide away and write or sing, or what did you do?
Hiding away is a very good way to start this this off, because a lot of times I was hiding away from violence in our house, you know, when things got really tough financially, but it affected us in sometimes more difficult ways than others. Easiest thing for me to do was mind over matter. Distract myself, do something else so you forget that you're hungry. I would definitely take my guitar and I would go out to the bush normally. I would go out. We always lived somewhere remote, and there was always, the bush was always very close by, so I could walk 5-10 minutes, be in the middle of the bush, light a fire, and
play your guitar.
Write stories.
You did.
Write songs. And that was the greatest escape. And I got good at telling stories. I got good at escaping. I got good at creating imaginary tales and stories. And I ran away in my mind.
was your mom who recognized in you that you had a talent? Was her ultimate goal like, let me get Shania out of this? Or did she want you to sing just because she knew you would be talented and she thought this would be a good fit?
My mother did definitely believe that I was talented. She was very deeply convinced that I was talented, beyond the norm. And she also realized that this could be our break, this could break the cycle of our lives. I felt the pressure of that too, because I didn't want to be on stage. I hated it. I was petrified to sing in front of other people.
Wow.
I was great escaping off to the forest, off to the bush, or in a closet somewhere, just by myself and singing and writing. It was my own special place to go to in my mind. I wasn't meant to be a performer.
Wow.
But she realized that the only way that I could succeed was to be a performer on the stage doing it.
She took you to bars and you sang in the middle of the night when a kid should be sleeping, but you sang. She took a risk by taking you out there in the night, a risk not just from your father and the abuse, but just, what's this doing to my child? But yet, somehow, weirdly, that ended up kind of helping you in your career. Is that fair?
It's very fair to say that it helped me in my career. There were no children performing in bars at that time. Kids are not allowed to be in a liquor premises. So this is why I had to go in after midnight.
So you went after they stopped serving booze, then you could go sing.
Then legally, technically, she convinced them that I could go in there then. Now everyone's drunk by then. This is the irony of it, right? Everyone's already drunk by midnight. So this is now my audience. I mean, my mother, of course, she would have known that I was going to have trouble all those times getting up for school the next morning, and I had a huge responsibility in the mornings. I was ironing my dad's shirt and his pants, getting ready for work. I was getting the kids out of bed. I had to wake them up at 6 o'clock. I was responsible for the alarm clock and getting everybody breakfast, the kids on the bus. It was...
You?
Yes, it was a whole routine. And so a lot of times I missed school. I was just too exhausted, or I missed my bus. I just didn't make it in time.
Yeah. Did your dad think you were talented?
My dad very much believed in my talent. He loved my voice. His idea of me being a singer was to get up and sing for family and friends. He was the much more reasonable one in that sense.
Yeah. So as you're growing and your voice is improving and you've got all this stuff going and I think you're 22 years old and there are days that you don't forget in your life, and this was, I'm sure, one of yours. How did you learn that both of your parents had died in an accident?
I was in Toronto working. I was working on my backup plan in case I didn't make it as a singer. So I'm at a computer programming school, and I'm gigging at night. I'm doing, I'm gigging in bands at night, and I'm at the school, and I get a call that my parents were killed, and my sister had called me and told me that they died in a car accident, and I mean, I just, I fell apart, totally, just into shock for days, and I just couldn't let go of them.
What did you lose the day they died?
I lost a foundation. I lost a very important foundation. As rickety as it was still a foundation. It was still a foundation that I associated with. My whole life history was there with them.
Well, then you had to be a mom to your siblings. How many siblings did you have? Do you have?
4 siblings, but three minors.
So you were becoming mom again at 22. So you had your dreams, or however you were trying to cobble your life out. You're like, now I'm back, and now I'm taking care of
the kids.
The kids. That's what you called them.
The
How
kids.
much older?
My kids, I call them out often. I know they're not mine, but I just do say that. But my older sister was married, and she had 2 children. She was very, very busy, with her life. My younger sister was still living at home, and my 2 younger brothers were still, 13 and 14 years old. And I didn't, we all agreed that they shouldn't be separated. But it was, no relatives were able to take both of them in. So the only way to keep them together was for us to stay together.
So you did that too.
So I did that.
heard a lot of where you've came from stories from different artists. I don't think I've ever heard one like yours. I mean, yours is, and the way you speak about it is honestly and very matter-of-factly, and I know that there's a lot behind it, but I feel when I watch what happened to your career, it kind of makes sense. It's like, of course you fought through. Of course this was something you could do. Do you think once your career started rolling, did it feel like a puzzle piece that fit? Like you were now riding a wave instead of swimming upstream?
I definitely lacked motivation to be a performer, to be in the spotlight. That was always going to work against me. The drive was out of desperation. The drive was not ambition. There's a big differentiation. I don't know many stars, that get to this point that didn't have a genuine ambition. My honest ambition, if I could have been Stevie Wonder's backup singer, that would have been my dream come true. My dreams were different from where I ended up. I ended up being this big performer. Nothing that I would ever have been able to imagine. But my desperation was so strong. I knew there was nothing to go back to, especially after my parents died. There were no other options for me in life now that I had not gone to college. So by the time I did make it to Nashville, I was fearless.
Yeah.
You were not able to intimidate me. You can say anything you want. It's okay.
Yeah.
I'm all right. There's no way to discourage me now from getting somewhere with this.
I've never heard it described as ambition versus desperation. That's a whole different animal right there. Did you ever then love performing on stage? When did it switch, or did it?
It took me a really, really long time. I started really enjoying being on stage when I started getting my voice back again. I didn't love being on stage. I was loving the people, but I couldn't see beyond my responsibility to the people.
I see.
But I felt like they needed so much. They needed something I couldn't give them. And I realized later, like I realize now, that all I had to do was give them what they were giving me. That's all I had to do. But it was as simple as that. And I don't know why I couldn't see that earlier. I took it for granted maybe, or maybe I was just allowing my stage fright to create so much angst that I couldn't, because I was doing something against my will almost, against my comfort zone.
Right.
So this is why with the naked thing, taking these photographs naked, I'm like pushing myself through this. I'm uncomfortable with it, so I'm gonna do it.
It's like
I'm gonna do it till I get comfortable with it.
I love it. That's actually a good lesson, because some people think if it feels like it's against your nature, then stop. But you kept pushing through, because usually there's this fight or flight.
I was only hurting myself.
Yeah.
You see, I was the only one missing out. I would say the same thing. If it doesn't feel right, stop. Because it's probably hurting someone else.
Yeah.
It's probably not right. There's something wrong with it.
Yeah.
But if you're missing out on something because of fear, and you're letting fear get in your way, you are the only one you're hurting.
Yeah.
I should have been enjoying all of those years of performance. I should have been indulging in all of that exchange with the audience instead of resisting it. And all of these years, I should have been enjoying myself in my own skin instead of wishing I was different.
Well, what's so fun now is watching you enjoy yourself in your own skin and watching you inspire. First of all, when Harry Styles and you were up on stage, I was like, there's this magic. And I was watching that moment and I was like, yes, there was something about that. And to watch Taylor Swift on Bended Knee, you have all of the people who will be icons in the future, who are now, incredible pop stars, are looking at you on this huge pedestal. What is that like?
The mutual respect.
Mutual, yeah.
It's everything. Because me and these kids that are icons in their own right are the same kids that were my fans when they were 4 and 5 and 6. So we are having this cyclic phenomenon in my mind. I'm being reintroduced to them as adults now. This reunion of admiration. It's incredible. It's very, very surreal.
I feel like your life has had so many highs and so many difficult times, and you keep rolling, like you just keep rolling. So I felt like if someone had your childhood, then after that, everything should just be easy because life should never be filled with more downs after surviving what you survived. Yet, like a lot of people in this world, there are marriages that don't work, and then there's a recovery from that. How did you ever come back from that? How did you rebuild just the trust or your own belief in yourself? Like, am I choosing right?
I am somebody who tends to live in the future. I play my own if game. If this ever happened to me, what would I do? And it's almost like I'm always preparing myself for something bad to happen, but I don't live in anxiety about it, but I do keep the glass half full. So when I lost my voice, for example, I'm thinking, okay, well, if I never am able to sing again with pleasure and for other people's pleasure, I'm going to write songs that other people sing for me. There's always a way to get pleasure out of the things you love, even if you can't do them the same way. Even now, I can't sing the same way. I sing differently. I'm celebrating the fact that I can still sing, period. Because I've been told by the doctors that just the physiology and the procedure that I had done may not last forever. So I either may have to have that operation again, which was very painful, and probably the most painful thing was not being able to speak for 3 weeks because I can be quite chatty. No, it was very painful. But so would I do it again? I don't know. Would I do it again so I can carry on singing? I don't know. A lot of I don't knows. But I know that I will find another way or a way to get satisfaction out of music and pleasure out of music. So this is the way I am about everything in life, if even on the most basic level, just, when life throws you lemons, make lemonade, and I really believe that.
Do you rely on people? I mean, do you allow yourself to? Because once you've been let down, sometimes it's like, you know what? I'm driving this bus now. Everyone can jump on if they want, but this is the way I'm going to do it.
I'm the boss of me. I am not the boss of anybody else. And I cannot control how other people treat me, what they do to me, or what is in my destiny. I don't know. I don't know what the plan is. I don't know what God has planned for me. I accept that whatever the plan is what it is. But I do expect myself to manage whatever it is that comes my way. And I hold myself to that. I really think that we have to do that. We have to carry on. We can't give up. We can't quit. So I'm definitely not a quitter. I will find a way. I will find a solution. Maybe that's just the creative side of me, but there is no way that I will never stop until I find a way to get through something or to get to the other side of it.
You talked about you have a beautiful, happy marriage. What makes it work?
Communication. He's better at it than I am.
Yeah.
I'm definitely the person that would just rather go and play my guitar and work through my emotions that way. But he's very good about communicating. So he's always the one, let's talk about this. And so communication, it doesn't hurt that he's, drop dead gorgeous and sexy and that, so the attraction remains. I think that's very important.
Yeah,
you need to be in love with each other in the first place. But marriage is friggin' hard.
Yeah.
Because we go through so many different phases as individuals, and then how to work through those individual changes and be respectful and empathetic to each other as we're going through our own stuff.
Shania, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
From her start in Spike Lee's Do the Right Thing, which, by the way, Rosie says came to her by way of a run-in with Spike Lee in a club, to her most recent role in Your Honor opposite Bryan Cranston, and countless roles in between, Rosie Perez is Hollywood gold. But long before the bright lights and cameras, the storyline of Rosie's life was much different. The scene was Brooklyn, and a young Rosie Perez was cast in a role she never asked for. Born to a mom who suffered from mental illness, Rosie's childhood memories are fraught with stories of abuse and fear. But little Rosie resisted, and through it all, Rosie harnessed a fighting spirit, one she holds to this day. If you were to describe the way you were raised in a couple of lines, were you self-raised?
I think there was a percentage of that. Yes, definitely. I was also raised by my aunt, by the nuns in the convent that I was in, by Sister Margaret Francis, as a young adult by my father. But a lot of it was me, taking care of me.
I adopted 2 children, and I have a now 6-year-old and a 3-year-old. And I was imagining, when I was reading more about your story, I was imagining my 3-year-old, someone taking my 3-year-old from the home and putting my 3-year-old in the care of nuns at a convent, where just like you were in your life. And the 3-year-old feeling like, where are my people? Where's my love? Where's everything I had before? Do you have strong memories of just being 3 or 4? I don't know when kids start remembering things, and what you felt like?
I have vivid memories, unfortunately. I do remember being in the home. I remember the bed they put me in. I remember all of that.
You remember it all.
And I remember the counselors that were wonderful there at the convent, all the songs that they would teach me and the dancing they would teach me. I remember being taught tap dance by the nuns, which is hilarious to see a nun tapping in a habit. They taught me softball and baseball. There was a new program back then in the 70s of the group home. And there were group homes for juvenile delinquents, and then there were group homes for kids who were not, and they thought had the ability to make it in the world.
Okay.
Because a lot of the kids would age out in the system, meaning they had no one to rescue them, no one to take them out from that place. So once you were 18, that was it. They said bye. So they had that program, the Catholic Church, it was their group home. It wasn't a state-run group home. And within that program is where I met Sister Margaret Francis, who really changed my life. And they were preparing us to be equipped to live in society on our own.
The Sister Margaret Francis, how did she change you?
Because she challenged me. She challenged me. She was the first one who would tell me, I remember she said, you know what, you're a stubborn little thing. And I said, well, yes, I am. It's terrible. And she goes, you need to find a way to use that for your own benefit.
Oh.
Because it's not working for me, and it's not working for anyone else, and it's not working for you. So you need to learn how to use your stubbornness and turn it into a positive. And I was like, what?
How do you do that?
You know, and I remember she goes, figure it out. And I was like, huh. And she would drop little hints like, you do really well in school, right? Because you're so competitive. And I go, what? No, I'm not. Yes, you are. That's why you like sports, you know? And she goes, and you don't give up on equations. That's very good. Yeah, you're really stubborn in that good way. And I started to slowly figure it out.
My God, that's brilliant.
It's brilliant.
And she did see into you.
She saw it into me. She would also say that how complicated I was. She said, you're so well-mannered, and you're so kind, and you're so sweet, and anyone can make you cry at the drop of a hat, but at the same time, your fists are ready. And she goes, put your fist down. You don't need to use your fists. And I just was like, yes, I do. She's about to punch me in my face. You know, one of the girls.
Yeah.
And she says, figure it out.
My gosh, she has such wisdom.
She had such wisdom, and it drove some of the girls there in that group home crazy.
Right. But
because I would kill them with my silence. And I didn't realize that was a tool, that was a weapon.
Silence could...
silence. You know, or I just wouldn't engage with you if like one of the girls would start a verbal argument or fight or whatever, and they were trying to entice me, and I would just lay back and smile at them. And I remember Sister Margaret Francis, one day she was walking past the room, and she was watching, and I thought we were all going to get in trouble, and she looked at me and she just winked.
Winked at you. She knew. Wow.
Yeah. So they stopped fighting with me because I did, and then I just started to learn those things. And when she was leaving the order, I remember her sitting me down, and because she left and she came back, and she goes, "I need to talk to you." I went, She said, "Listen to me," and she grabbed me by my hand, and she had never put her hands on any of us, so I was shocked. And she said, "I want you to put your head down and study because that's your ticket out. Promise me." And I nodded. She goes, "No, say it." And there was tears streaming down her eyes. She goes, "Because you can make it. You can make it." And I started blubbering. And she, hold up.
That's so beautiful.
She was beet red.
Yeah.
First, I thought I did something wrong and everything. And I said, "I promise." And she says, "Take care of yourself." And she gave me a hug, and she just ran out the door.
Jeez. Did she get to see any of your success in life?
I don't know, because she was much older.
She was older then, yeah.
I wish I fantasized that she did.
Yeah.
Or maybe she's still alive. You never know. Nuns live life for a really long time. They were just clean living, you know. And I used to fantasize that one day I will bump into her, you know.
She was right, though. She was right.
Yeah, she was right.
You know what's interesting about what you're saying right now? Often when you go through trauma, you don't remember there was any good. You remember the trauma because the trauma had to be debilitating. I mean, how did that trauma not break a child?
A lot of the children there were broken. I know a few of them still. I'm still in contact with them. I would say 2 of them are like me. We're like survivors. We don't like to call ourselves victims. And then some of the rest of the girls, they're in severely bad shape where it's hard for them to even function on a daily. And it's all because of what they endured. So it's weird like that. It was very complicated for me when I got out of the system. I had survivor's guilt. You know, why did I get out? Why am I kind of okay? Why am I successful and they're not? And I remember this one person told me, well, you know what? Everyone's not that strong. And that makes a lot of sense to me because I think that the reason why I made it and this other woman made it is that we had a certain strength within our character that was just there. You know what I mean? And I can't explain it because you could say, oh, well, for me, in my case, my aunt gave me so much love and told me I was special every day. But her mother was horrible.
To her?
To her, horrible. And like, she's very successful and she's very together. So you can't say, oh, well, you made it because you had love in your life. I did better because I had love in my life.
But she did not, and
she did not
succeeded.
And she succeeded. So it's very interesting.
I find the character of a little girl, and I'm trying to picture you now in that way, how that doesn't break a person. How do you still stay feisty? Sometimes with enough horrible pressure from grown-ups, that can be eliminated.
Yeah.
But not in you. You just kept fighting back.
I just felt like I was just doing time. And I also knew that my aunt was fighting for me to get out.
Yeah.
And then my father, I found out, was also fighting for me to get out. So I kind of had this thing, I'm not staying here. You know, as
this
the
is
years
temporary.
would go on and go on and go on, I still had in my mind, I'm going to get out.
Why did your mom want you in there in the first place? I don't even understand that piece.
I don't either. She says because I was a love child, but she put her other children there.
Oh.
And then she changed the story and said, I couldn't take care of you guys financially, but she took some of her children back and left me. You know, and so it just doesn't make sense. And her severe mental illness is the only logical explanation that I can have, is that she was paranoid schizophrenic. So there's things that are beyond my comprehension, you know, and so it's like that.
Has forgiveness come for your mom?
I'm still working on it. Yeah. I used to lie and say, yes, I forgave her and stuff like that, because I didn't want people to judge me, you know. But it came when she was passing, the beginning of forgiveness, because all of a sudden I looked at this woman and I said, my God, she had a horribly sad life. You know, and as an adult, you have a different perspective. And I was able to have a level of empathy for her. And that shocked me. That like really shocked me. I didn't expect that. And I think that I resisted forgiving her because everyone told me, well, you have to forgive your mother. She's your mother and you have to love her because she's your mother. And I'm like, this woman is horrible.
Yeah.
I was like, what do you mean? So the rebellion in me that is so a part of who I am would just subconsciously say, no, I don't have to do anything.
I don't have to do anything.
And when I went and started being under the care of Dr. Catherine Fadili, she was the first person to go, you don't have to forgive her.
Wow.
She was an abuser.
Wow.
And I went, what? I said, can I record you saying that so I could play it to myself?
So you did not think that?
I did not think I had
wow.
I did not think that I had the right.
So as you emerged and you said you were strong when you left that convent, how did you come upon the confidence that started your career on this path?
I think it was my rebellion and my stubbornness, and I think it's just the DNA on my father's side.
Yeah, he's got that.
He had that in spades.
Yeah.
He was so confident. And in my family, like if you were to meet my sister, Carmen, you're like,
that's
yep,
it.
you guys are related. My brother, the same thing. And it's like, you tell any of us we can't do anything, we go, what?
Well, this makes perfect sense because you met Spike Lee back in the very beginning, back in time, and you hadn't had an acting role, but you got into a little argument with him because you are headstrong.
Yes.
And no one's going to tell you no. And it was from that argument ended up the birth, really, of your career, from a fight.
Yes, from a fight.
I love that.
Oh my God.
How did that happen?
Oh my goodness. He was having a butt contest. I found it appalling.
Butt
and,
contest,
Yeah,
okay.
and producer of the event had invited all the girls from Soul Train to come down because they wanted, us to like fill up the club. And he was promoting School Days, so the
Oh,
song
yeah.
was Doing the Butt.
Oh, Doing the Butt.
So
I
that
love
was
that song.
his thing.
Yeah.
So I got up on a speaker and I was like, "Don't let him. Is this what you want?" And I was trying to mock it. And,
Oh, like women, you don't have to
you don't have to
do this.
And so he came with bodyguards and told me to get down, and I was like, oh my God, I thought I was gonna get thrown out,
Yeah.
and all that bravado kind of went away. And when he said tonight is fate, I went, oh, you wish, and that's when the fight started. First I was almost on the verge of tears.
Yeah.
And I was about to say I'm sorry.
Yeah. You were like, one or the other. Which one is it going to be?
And then he did that, and he, I didn't understand what he had meant. He meant like we were supposed to meet because you're supposed to be in a movie with me. I didn't understand what he meant. And because I had men hitting on me all the time, so
Yeah.
I was sick of it, and
Yeah.
so that's where I thought he was coming from, and so it was born out of that.
Your career has been on this crazy trajectory. I mean, you're one of those people who can walk down the streets and everybody knows you. And you also have such a great body of work. Did people, or how often, I should say, did people try to change you? Did they try to form you, mold you?
Oh, yes.
And did you go with it or resist?
I resisted, of
Yeah,
course.
of course you did.
And it hurt. It hurt bad. It was like really hurt because a lot of it came from the Latino community. They wanted me to calm down and be quiet and change my accent. They were like, oh, you're putting the accent on. And at the time, I wasn't.
Yeah.
My accent was very thick. And it was just painful. Even just people who represented me, agents telling me to get a nose job. I go, okay, people, I get it. I got a big nose. Okay, I'm fine with it. Why aren't you fine with it?
Yeah.
And by the way, I think I'm cute. It's just like do all these things and change yourself. Why? Why? Because you could pass. And I remember this one agent, I said, pass for what? She goes, you know what I'm talking about. I said, no, I want to hear you say it. And she goes, excuse me? I said, yeah, excuse you. You're fired. And I just walked out.
Wow.
I was incensed.
Livid.
Oh my God, I was so angry. And it was Jennifer Grey. I told her the story.
Yeah.
And she goes, oh, thank God you didn't get a nose job because look what happened to me.
I mean, Jennifer Grey from Dirty Dancing was known for her look, her nose, and all that. And it's true, after she got the nose job, people didn't even, they were like, who are you?
Yeah.
Which one are you?
Exactly. And she
Actress.
said, she goes, I don't think you should change your thing. And the only reason why you should change is for the role, if the role dictates that. And I said, thank you for telling me that. And she goes, no one's ever told you that? I said, no. And she goes, well, you should fire your agent then. I go, I did. And she got me a better agent.
She did?
Right there on the spot. She called her agent.
Wow. takes women a long time to find their voice. It sounded like yours came early, or you finding your voice, or did it still take you time?
I look at it as not finding my voice, but developing my voice.
Yeah.
You know, because I always fought for myself, but there were times where I didn't, where I was like, okay, don't say anything. You're just going to make trouble. Throughout the years, it came to me when I had broken my neck during a stunt gone bad, and I hadn't worked for a long time. And I remember my friend said to me, I think the universe is making you sit down and be quiet, because it was hard for me to talk. And it was a really good time. It was the worst of times, but it was the best of times, because a thought came to me of positive entitlement. You know, there is negative entitlement, and everyone only uses, oh, you're so entitled, as if it's a negative thing or a derogatory term. And then all of a sudden I said, wait a minute, there were moments in my life where I was positively entitled. I demanded a certain way to be treated. Where did that go?
Yeah.
The nuns didn't break me.
Yeah.
My mother didn't break me. I will be damned if Hollywood is going to break me. And I remember I was laying in bed with a collar on. I was going, oh my God! You know, it was like the universe just
yelled, yes.
Yes. And I remember my sister Carmen was like, are you okay there? You're taking too many meds? Like, no. And I was like, my goodness. And you know, and you think about that, that was 2009.
Yeah.
When that came to me.
Yeah.
You know, I think on a personal level, that's where I would struggle at times to really find my voice, more so than in my career. You know, and a lot of women who I know who are powerful and successful, you step into their home life, you're like, who are you? You know, it's a different person, because a lot of times their significant other, whether it be a man or a woman, if your light is too bright, they want to dim it, because they don't have any light of their own, you know? And so you see that. That's what I keep working on. And I think that's why there's been, in the past, I would say 8 years, a change in my career. Because, you know, that positive entitlement, that positivity that just started to come over me, I just was like, I just want to shine bright. You know, I just want to shine bright. And what's wrong with that?
I totally get that. It's like sometimes you dim your light, whether intentionally or not, because you don't want to make the person next to you feel bad. So you're like, well, it wasn't that big of a deal, or something good happened and you want to share it, and then you decide, no, maybe not. Maybe I'll keep this small. I was in a relationship, and I remembered every time I came home and put the key in, I remembered thinking, he's going through a difficult time, so I can't talk about this day today. And so that was the pattern every day. So then you kind of make your life and your world smaller and smaller. And then suddenly you look around and go, who am I? And then I feel like that lesson too often comes later. It's like you look around and you go, you get one ride around the sun. That's it. That's all we get. I find it funny. We're 58-year-old women and we're having this conversation, and I feel like the best is now. Do you feel that?
Yes. Me too. It is. And someone said, oh my God, you're almost going to be 60. I go, I can't wait.
Yeah.
Because if this is getting good now, oh my God. You know what I mean? I was like, I cannot wait. I told my husband, I said, every single day I'm getting out of my own way. Every single day, and it's getting a little bit better every single day. I still have my dark days. I don't want anyone listening to this think that, you know, I've made it through in regards to mental health, because you do have those dark days.
Of course.
But now at this age, I go, okay, what do I have to do? How do I fix this?
How do I get out of this?
How do I get out of this?
Yeah.
Because I still want to enjoy the day.
Yes.
You know, I still want to just keep being happy. And so I don't need those outside things. I just need a walk.
You need a walk.
Or I need to talk to somebody.
Talk to somebody, yeah.
That's it. Or sometimes I need to watch The Little Rascals so I could laugh. You know,
That is so hilarious. I've not heard that name in
you
years.
know, I'm
But
serious.
something.
Everyone thinks they need so much,
Yes.
and you don't.
You don't.
You really don't. And my husband, when he first met me, when we were dating, he was like, I was going to buy you an expensive bag, but I realized you have like all these cheap bags. And they're kind of old looking. I go, I only have nice bags like when I go out for work.
Yeah, for work, yeah.
You know, or go out to dinner. That's it.
Yeah.
But I said, you're going to see, I wear a lot of the same clothes
Yeah.
for a very long time.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't need it.
How have you kept growing with your spouse so that you are, you know, because sometimes one stops growing and one keeps growing and you're like, hey, like catch up with me. Come on, there's a lot happening up here.
I think just that, of talking, because I remember one time we had, our first 2 years, we never had a fight.
Wow.
Not even an argument.
Wow.
And then the fight came.
Yeah.
And I told him, I said, listen, you've never been married. I have. This is my second time around. This is good. What we have is good. Let's not mess it up.
Yeah, good.
Don't walk out. Stay. Stay here and let's fight for this. And he went, you sound like an Oprah special. And we both started cracking up. And in my mind, I told him afterwards, I'm like, he's the one.
He's the one.
He's the one. Because the joke, you know, and us laughing.
yes.
And he
In the
sat
middle of
down,
it, he sat
in the
back.
middle of it. And he goes, okay, all right. And I go, great. So we check in with each other very often.
Yeah.
How are you? How are, you know,
How
or
are
we
we?
we
Yeah.
complement our relationship
Yeah.
all the time.
Yeah.
You know, I love that we're like this now. I love that we're like that now. What we do for each other, though, of keeping the excitement, I know
Yeah.
you're going to go, you're kidding,
Yeah.
is to go to boxing matches.
Wait.
Because that's our love.
Wait, you both love boxing?
We both love boxing.
So when you go to a match together, it's like a hot date night?
Oh, yes. I dress up. I do. I have to get the hair done, you know, the makeup. And then after the fight, everyone goes out to dinner. You get home like at 1 o'clock in the morning and you're like, oh, that was great. You know, and so we do that. That's
That
what
is
we
so
do.
funny. That is such a great date night. Is there a mantra, a quote? Is there something that you live by, something that's kind of front and center?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's something my aunt said.
Yeah.
She suffered from depression, and she was strong enough to always tell us when she was depressed. And I came home from school one day, and she was laying in the bed. She came home early from work, which was very rare. And I said, "What's wrong?" And she goes, "Ay, Rosie, I'm depressed." And I said, "You are?" And I climbed in the bed. I said, "I'm sorry." She goes, "It's okay, because tomorrow's another day." Yeah. Yeah.
I love that. Rosie, I love you. Thank you for coming to see me.
Oh, thank you. And I always wanted to tell you this, and I was too shy to always tell you this, but I think that you're an amazing big person with an amazing big heart. And that really was cemented when I heard that you had adopted children. because I used to fantasize about being adopted. And I kept saying, just in case it doesn't work out with my aunt, maybe someone can adopt me. And for people like you, all the people out there that open up their homes to children and offering them a new life, God bless you all.
God bless you.
Mothers are, in my opinion, made. You know, my aunt was my mom. Yeah. So, and your children are very lucky to have you.
Thank you.
Oh, can I give you a
Yes,
hug?
please.
If there is one thing I've learned in my life, it's the importance of the people you surround yourself with. And maybe you know by now, Maria Shriver is one of the friends I hold so dear to my heart. She is my go-to at any time I'm in a crossroads or in a funk. One call to her and suddenly my mental load feels lighter. But this Maria you're about to hear from is not like the Maria you met in the past. We go deep. She is candidly reflecting on topics we haven't heard from her, on everything from growing up a Kennedy to navigating life after divorce. And guys, she's just so full of wisdom. Once you're touched by Maria's insight, you'll never look at life quite the same way.
For everyone who's listening, I'd get a pen and paper ready because I feel like you do this thing where you drop all these little wisdom bombs. Just today, you said something about, I was explaining to you how sometimes people poke me in a way that is painful, whether it's somebody who I knew a long time ago or somebody who I work with or whatever.
I said, when this is actually a teacher who taught me, he said to me, think of that person as your teacher. They are actually bringing up something in you that needs to be resolved.
Yeah.
They are teaching you how to handle whatever comes up in your interaction with that person. And he was saying, instead of being irritated by that person, look at them as your teacher and try to understand what's happening in you. In you, because it's always about what you're supposed to get, and how you can heal whatever is going on in you because it needs to be healed. Everything that I've learned in this journey of life is that, which I wish I had known actually so much younger, is that everybody is coming through as a teacher. And that if you could look at them that way, it actually demystifies them in some way. It takes away some of the irritation about them. And this person came to teach me about my pain. This person came to teach me about strength that I didn't know I had.
And I think one of the cool things about you is you are a learner and a teacher. You just recently talked to the coach from Duke.
Right. For your show.
For our show.
All right, here we go. Let's go. Motion.
Head coach Kara Lawson is changing the game.
Hit the guard on the tight curl.
Not just for her players on the Duke women's basketball team.
Good.
But for everyone, thanks to her message captured during a team practice earlier this year and posted on social media that went viral.
You wait for stuff to get easier. It will never get easier. What happens is you handle hard better. So that's a mental shift that has to occur in each of your brains. It has to. Because if you go around waiting for stuff to get easier in life, it's never gonna happen.
What did you learn about life from her?
First of all, I think we all need coaches in some way, right? It's not just the person who's on the basketball team or the football team. And I always looked at coaches on those young people and thought, God, I wish I had that now at this age. Somebody coaching me forward, right? She said, you know, I was focused on only 17 people. And it went to tens of millions of people. And she said, I think people focus a lot of the time on like, I have to impact the world. And just focus on the 17 people you want to focus on, and then leave the rest kind of up to God. I always say up to God. Coach Lawson said, you know, I am here to remind people that they have done hard things and they can do more hard things. And what I took away from that was like, I've actually done hard things. I don't give myself credit for the hard things that I've already done, which then encourages me or inspires me, yeah, I can do more hard things because
Yeah.
I've done them.
I've done that.
I forget about them.
Yeah.
And I took that away, that we're capable of doing hard things in our future because we've done them to get to where we are.
Right. Look at us sitting here. And I like that, like, don't go wide, go deep.
Yeah, she's like, I wasn't talking to anybody else.
wasn't.
She said, because I took her
Yeah.
speech and put it up on my Instagram, and she goes, I for sure wasn't talking to Maria Shriver.
Isn't that interesting?
But I ended up talking to her. And I was like, that is so wise. Just focus on the kid that's in front of you, the friend that's in front of you. I did not grow up with that message. And I have found in my life that what fills me up, what
Yeah.
makes me feel good, is not what I thought when I was 20 or 30. It's I'm talking to you, somebody's talking to me. And that's kind of, I think, a secret that people don't talk about enough.
When did you start on this journey of like figuring out who you were? Because I would imagine with all your kids and your life, you were just getting through.
I've actually thought a lot about, and I'm on a continual quest actually to learn about myself, why I'm here, and how I'm moving through the world and its effect on my small world, right? And so I've often thought about, was I always curious? And the answer is yes, I was always curious, which is why journalism was so great for me. I think I've had a couple big pillar moments. I think when my dad lost, he was the vice presidential nominee on the McGovern ticket, and that was a huge, hard lesson about politics for me.
Which
it was, that it was, for me, loss, grief, it was assassinations. It kind of confirmed for me, like, oh, I don't want anything to do with this. It's not real, it's not honest, it's not what it pretends to be. And the journalism lesson was, that I could put my whole heart and soul, I could work 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, and they could decide on a whim it was over and I'm out the door, right? And certainly I wanted to have a different kind of marriage than my parents had. I wanted to have a different kind of life than my parents did. And the ending of all of that definitely sent me on a journey to reevaluate everything in my life, every aspect of my life, and how I had gotten where I was, what was my role in it, what could I do better, what had I done that put me in that place. I looked at my religion, I looked at the judgments of my religion, I looked at my own judgments, I looked at myself as a woman, I looked at everything. And I did everything that was available that I could find to heal myself. And I still look at myself as on a healing journey. I think I just kind of have tried to dig deep and to understand that how I work in the world has a lot to do with how I feel about myself. And I didn't connect those two things. I was raised with just go out and try to work on the world and don't worry if you're upset or angry or resentment or any of these things. And then to actually turn that journey onto myself and into myself and then connect it to how I go out in the world has been a glorious journey for me.
Wow. I remember once you were talking to me and you said you were trying to separate what you believed as and wondering like what you believed inside or what things your parents put in you when you were a kid. Parents put things in us when we were a kid and we say, I always believe X. So you were discovering, I still remember you were combing through stuff in your life, like what do I actually believe and what stuff was taught to me so much and drummed into me that became part of my DNA. How did you break through all that stuff?
I think, we all at some point go through that, right? We all wonder, like, is this my opinion or is this my parents' opinion or is this, just something I heard and adapted? And I think that's a gradual process. I grew up in this big Democratic family and I was taught to believe that people who were Republicans, were the enemy. And then I fell in love with a Republican and I was like, what? Whoa, and then everybody in my family is like, I could see people in my family having judgments about the person that I was choosing hadn't gone to the same kind of schools that people I grew up with, and wasn't the same political party, and wasn't this and wasn't that. And then I started wondering about judgments.
Yeah.
I started thinking about, gosh, we all judge people that are different from us. So that I began kind of thinking about that. Then I moved to Los Angeles, and my family was like, oh my God, you would have thought I had, I don't know what I had done. My mother was like, you're in Hollywood and that's terrible. And that's, and I was like, is it? I don't know, And so I think that, I feel blessed to have had obviously the parents that I had, but they're very different than me. And I have some similarities to both of them. But I have tried to pick apart, and I wanted to be, as I said, a different kind of mother, a different kind of wife. And I've only, in my adulthood, tried to kind of be a different kind of woman. And I realized I thought I was so much like my mother in so many ways. And now I'm looking at things like I'm like my mother, but I'm very different from my mother.
How are you the same?
I think we're both restless. I think we're both determined. She came up very much in a man's world. And when I was starting out, certainly in journalism, it was very much of a male profession. So I adapted this like, okay, fight.
Right.
And I remember a guy I was working with, it was a teacher, and he said, what are you fighting? And I was like, what do you mean? I'm fighting. And he's like, what? And I was like,
I don't know.
I was like, I don't know.
Yeah.
And he's like, you ought to be thinking about what you're fighting.
Yeah.
Maybe that's old. And you're bringing the fight, to the room, and you've already won that fight, and it's old. It's over.
You're in the room now.
And you're in the room. And so you don't have to do that anymore.
Right.
And no one had ever said to me,
wow.
It's like my friend Martha Beck, I was like, I got to hurry up and do this. And she goes, where are you hurrying up to? Where are you rushing to? And I was like, I got to get this done. I get this. She goes, well, but why? And I was like, yeah.
If you really break it down.
So I've actually tried to slow down.
Yeah.
Because I'm a different person when I'm going slow.
Yeah.
Everybody's rushing and they have their face in their phone and they're, running through their life. And I did that. And I don't remember a lot of it because I was running through. And so now I try to go slower so I can remember the conversations. I can remember the moments. I can remember the people.
Right. Okay. You told me how you're the same as your mom. How are you different?
I'm not as angry as my mom.
Yeah.
I don't have as much rage as my mom.
Yeah.
I've been able to delve into that in a way she couldn't. She wasn't given the opportunity, or she didn't know that it existed there. So I have a very different spirituality. I think I have, she was deeply religious, and I think I'm deeply spiritual. I've been able to explore my femininity in ways I think my mother never could. I think I'm a more kind of physically affectionate mother than my mother was.
Was it hard or awkward in the beginning if you didn't receive it to give it, or was
No,
it
because I knew that I didn't receive it, and I needed to give it.
You needed to, yeah.
Because it was a big thing for me not to get it.
Yeah.
And I think I also say that my mother was probably not the recipient of it either.
Yeah.
And that we talked about breaking cycles in our families. And that's a cycle I wanted to break.
How was your mom with your kids?
Very different than she was with the five of us. I have four brothers and myself. And so she was able to take more time. I think my mother was in a real rush. When I was little, her brother was president. She was trying to build a worldwide organization. She was trying to change the world. And I think that's really hard to push up against that 24/7 and, bounce the ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really hard. And I always said to myself, I knew that my kids, would end up in therapy at some point, but I knew that they wouldn't be able to say she wasn't there. They could say she was this, or this, but I didn't want them to say that I had chosen something over them. I wanted them to know that they were my priority, and I wanted them to feel that.
One thing that you're doing right now as we speak is we hear a lot about raising kids up and the right way to raise them up, but there's not a whole lot said about how to raise or continue to raise adult children.
Right.
I've seen people, when you were on the show, asking about that, and it doesn't get a whole lot of attention.
I know. I was just actually talking about that. All the parenting books are, for 5 and under or teenagers, and I think it's complicated with adult children.
Yeah.
And I know people say 18 out the door.
Yeah.
Cut them off,
Yeah.
let them go. There's that philosophy. I've tried to kind of look at my home as a fueling station where people can come back and get the love they need, the food they may need, the encouragement and nourishment that they may need, and then to go out into the world. And the truth.
The truth. You always tell them the truth.
Yeah, the truth. The truth that they may not get someplace else. And I think I did not get a lot of talking when I was growing up. I think that's why I started writing books, because I didn't, there were things going on in my family that nobody talked about. And I think that was really detrimental, because you'd say, I would hear things in the zeitgeist, and I'd come home and I'd go, is that true? Or and no, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. And or when, my uncles were killed, we're like, we don't talk about that. We just move right along. And I'm like, yeah, but
right.
Somebody just, nope, let's go. Do you want to go sailing now? Do you want to talk about something else? And I'd be like,
okay.
Okay.
So you buried it.
So I buried it, and I buried it, and I buried it. And whatever you bury comes out. And so I think learning about that helped me. And I think also wanting to talk and realizing I was in a family that was well known that didn't talk about it. So where could I talk about it? Because I didn't want to talk about my family. So I masqueraded it in the books.
Isn't that interesting?
So I talked to the world
about
grief, about heaven, about intellectual disability, about Alzheimer's in my children's book or in my reporting, so I could talk about what I couldn't talk about at home.
Wow. That is fascinating.
Yeah.
And then when did you start just saying, okay, well, I'm just telling the truth. That's how I'm going to go through life.
I think I started feeling like I had the freedom or the permission when my marriage ended. I first, felt like, I better go and figure out what is the truth. And I went to a convent I did so many things, but one of the things I did is I went to a convent to be in silence and, to look for advice. And the Reverend Mother there said to me at the very end, she said, I think you came here looking for permission. And I felt like I was in a scene out of The Sound of Music, which had been I was like, oh, what? She goes, you can't come live here. And she goes, but you do have permission to go out and become Maria. And I was like sobbing. And I'm like, who's that? I was like, who is that? And so I think the word permission, I had never given myself permission to feel, to be vulnerable, to be weak, to be brought to my knees. And the world did it to me. And then I was like, okay, God, let's go.
Yeah.
And I'm going to take this and learn everything I can about my role and what I need to learn. When something like that or the universe knocks you like that, I think you have to not focus on the other person, just figure out what is your learning curve? What do you need to learn from this experience? And so I gave myself permission to start learning.
talked about, I was asking you about raising up adult kids.
Yeah, just about giving them a place
yeah,
to
a
come
place to
home,
come home to.
nurturing. Yeah, that's what I feel that is my role. And I'm learning a role as a Mama G.
Yeah.
How do I roll with my children's relationships? Do I give my opinion? Do I not?
you?
I do.
Okay.
But I don't keep
Right, you
giving
give it once.
I'm giving maybe twice.
But you let them know.
Yeah, I let them know, and then I have to step out because it's not my life. And watching your kids fall and make mistakes and everything is painful. And that's the other thing I've learned, actually, that I wish somebody had told me very young, is the and. Joyful and painful. The greatest thing ever, and it's the most heartbreaking thing ever. So it's a lot of and holding both things on any given day.
Yes, the and.
The and.
That's good. That's good.
Not but and.
If you're listening and you haven't read Maria's Sunday paper, please read it. I look forward to it every Sunday morning. And the one, you've had so many brilliant ones, but there was one about when people feel invisible.
Yeah.
And that struck me. And it actually surprised me to hear you say that about yourself. Like, I was reading that and you talking about when you're next to Arnold, sometimes people would reach across you as if you weren't there to get to him.
That's a big story of my life, actually, feeling invisible. I grew up feeling invisible in an incredibly public, famous family. So if you, as a child, are standing next to the President of the United States, 2 U.S. senators, the First Lady, nobody's looking at you. You are background noise. And you take that with you really through life, and you end up putting yourself in situations where that continues until you learn your lesson. That it's not about other people seeing you. It's about you seeing yourself. And that took me a really long time to learn. And so I would find myself getting angry at people, who came up and didn't acknowledge that I existed. When I was standing next to Arnold, or when I was standing next to, my uncle or something, I'd be like, ah. And then I was like, they're teaching me a lesson. That it's not about whether they see me. Do I see me? Am I visible to me? I thought what made people feel seen was winning an Emmy, getting an award, getting a book, being on TV. But what actually makes people feel seen and worthy is talking to them, sitting with them, calling them, slowing down.
Right.
Sitting on the porch going, I don't have anywhere to go. Oh my God. I'm right here with
right
you,
here.
and you are enough.
It's funny because you're talking about relationships, parent, work, spouse, all that stuff. You are doing these things are amazing. It's radically
Reframing,
and
right.
now you're doing radically reframing
Relationships, yeah.
How do you radically reframe
relationships?
Yeah,
well,
like
I think they are already being radically reframed. I mean, I
Like
look
what?
at my kids in their 20s and 30s, their marriages, their relationships or not marriages are so radically different than my generation. How people get in and out of friendships. You know, people midlife understanding they need new friendships, delving out into friendships, understanding that friendships take work, and then also looking at the different kinds of relationships
Yeah.
that exist that you need.
It does take real work.
It does, yeah.
Are you expanding? Like, tell me about your friendship circle, or do you kind of?
I'm not. No, I mean, I wish. I feel like, there was my college friends, my
Yeah.
high school friends, and then, when I had little kids, there were
Yeah,
like all the
mom
mommies.
friends.
Then all my kids left, right?
Yeah.
So then all of a sudden, kind of a lot of the school mommy friends left
Drift
too,
off, right.
They drifted off. And I found like at work, most of the people other than us are like 20.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
So,
they are.
so I'm conscious of the fact that I want to make sure the friends I do have, that I'm going deep.
And the other thing that I feel like is so big with you is you're radically reframing aging.
Yes, that's very
seminar
important to me.
it was so
Oh.
important, but yeah.
Yeah, because we're all aging, right? A lot of it is such a state of mind. But your mindset about who you are, what you're capable of, whether your best days are in front of you, that's so important to be able to think positively about the aging experience. It's a blessing. It's a gift to keep reminding yourself,
Yeah.
as opposed to looking in the mirror and going like, damn, who's that? Because we all have that critical
course.
voice, right? And it's never, or certainly mine has never been kind to me. And so I have to catch myself all the time, like, you're okay.
Yeah, you got this.
You got this. You're never going to be this young again.
Yeah.
So enjoy it.
There's a person I see occasionally walking around, and she's always like, "Oh God, getting old's a pain," and I don't think that way. I mean, I just feel like
Well, you're so optimistic. You're so upbeat.
Yeah.
You're so positive. And so that's such a great thing to be around because that's contagious and that makes you feel also good about yourself, right? If you're around somebody, their energy, like we were talking the other night, walks into the room before they do.
yes, you
And
feel them coming in.
right,
you feel
and
it.
it's big.
Yeah, yeah. I love speaking to you.
Are we finished?
I don't want it to be.
We made space. You made space.
Maria, I love you.
I love you too.
Thanks for coming to see me. Steve Harvey is arguably one of the most influential entertainers of our time. But success for him was far from guaranteed, and it didn't come overnight.
I used to spend the night in hotel parking lots, and I said, come on, God, man, I've been trying to make this dream come true. You done left me out here like this. And I was crying so hard that he just said, I didn't like hear a voice or nothing, but he spoke to me, and however he said, if you get up, I'm gonna take you places you ain't never been.
You'll rarely find somebody this honest and this transparent about how they got where they are today. As I sit with Steve, I can't help but admire his perseverance and grit. And while he's admittedly a crier like I am, he's not afraid to laugh along the way. How long have you been on TV, Steve Harvey?
Since 1994.
Okay, the Law and Order, has that been on that long? I mean, it's just like you and Law and Order and things. You guys have been on.
I feel like that. I've been on a lot of shows, though, you know. It ain't been a real consistent run, you know.
But you know what's funny? When you're on a lot, people have a chance to get used to it, but they also have a chance to get tired of you. And that's why people don't last. Why do you think you've lasted on the air throughout all these different kind of machinations?
Well, my longest run has been Family Feud.
Yeah.
I think it's authenticity.
Yeah.
I think people really, really enjoy somebody who's honest. I mean, that's what's kept you on the air this long.
Yeah.
People know they can tune in and get a real opinion, good or bad, agree or disagree. They're going to get an honest opinion from a person. I think authenticity has kept me.
Were you always authentic, Steve, or did you do sometimes what the TV business tells you to do. Be
Well,
more like that. Be less like that. Gotta
Well,
be like
you know
him.
what happened? The first year I got on TV, they told me, you talk too country. And if you don't change that, you won't be able to last on television. And I didn't know what to do with that, because what else was I going to be? I mean, you know, I don't really have a lot of good grammar in me, and this is how I am. And I've made this, you know, my career started as a comedian.
Yeah.
And my objective was to make people laugh. That was it. You know, I didn't have no other objective. So I didn't understand adjusting for the system. And I told the lady I won't be participating in that change. They even hired a linguistics coach.
But you
for
said
me.
no?
Well, I didn't know what because back then I didn't know what linguistics meant. I thought she was in here to teach me how to fix pasta. And so I was excited about that. And then when I found out she was in there talking about the way I talk, and I told the lady, she said, I'm your linguistics coach. And I said, well, I ain't finna do all that. She said, excuse me? I said, I ain't finna do all that. She said, did you hear what you just said? Could you repeat it slowly? I said, I ain't finna do all that. She said, that's exactly why I'm here. I said, man, I'm not finna change the way I talk. She said, you keep saying fitna. What is that? I said, well, let me put it to you this way. Which one of these sounds best to you? I am broke or I'm is rich? Because right now I'm is rich, and that's what I'm going to go with. And that was the end of the conversation.
By the way, that's brilliant. Can I ask you something? Because to get where you are, I'm sure a lot of people have wondered how. Somehow in the very beginning, someone has to look you square in the eye as a little boy and say, Steve, like, you got something special. Who did that for you? Who
Ray
was the
Davis.
I
know the exact name. He was a psychology teacher in high school. His name's Ray Davis. It was 1974. He came to my house at night, and I lived in the hood, man, and it was really, I lived really in the hood. You know, I'm older, so there was no integration. I grew up in segregation. And white guy came to my house at night, which was very dangerous to do. And he got threatened when he got out the car, and he came up to my door and he set my parents down. He said, your son is something special, but if he doesn't stop hanging with these two guys that he's hanging with in school, he's gonna go down the wrong path. That was a turning point for my life. That was the first time somebody told me I had something special going on. He went back to get in his car. A group of hoodlums gathered around. My father came out on the front porch with his gun and said, leave him alone. He got in his car, he drove off. The two dudes that he told me to stop hanging with are inmates today. That was the game changer for me. He was the first person that told me I was going to be something. And then a girl named Ida Knowles in college told me, she said, you're wasting your time here. I don't know why you're here.
Why?
You should be a star. And I want a star.
Wait, what did they see? What did your teacher see? What did Ida see?
I don't know. You know, I had a special way with words. I had such a sharp wit, even as a child. My mother was a Sunday school teacher, right? She used to take me to church on Friday nights to prayer meeting to get me prayed for. Because my son, he just says whatever's on his mind, and it's going to get him in trouble. And I stayed in trouble. And so I've always had a really, really quick wit. And I wanted to be on TV since I was 10, you know, but you couldn't tell nobody. You grew up in the hood, who are you going to tell that to? I'm going to be on TV. So that was my dream, and I just stayed with it and kept thinking about it.
Well, it sounds like you were imagining it since you're so little, but there's imagining, which is really dreaming, and then there's doing. They're two different things, because one of them's a dream and one's kind of a plan. How did you go from, boy, I sure want to do it, which a lot of people listening want to do something, to saying, all I need is one, just open the door for me, one break?
You know, it was really an accident. You know, God gives everybody at one point in their life the opportunity. Everybody gets the shot to make the decision to go left or right. Everybody gets that shot. Don't say you don't. You can stop that. You had it, or you getting it. And you chose not to, or you chose to. And I was 27 years old. I was writing jokes for a comedian named A.J. Jamal. I had no idea what he was doing with the jokes. He told me he was doing special gigs and stuff. And so I would write jokes for him. He'd say, hey, man, Steve, what would you say? And I'd tell him what to say. And he'd pay me $10 for a joke. I was making an extra $30 a week. I thought this is 1985. I'm living good. And one day, I was at his house giving him these jokes on paper. I worked at a company called General Electric. And this girl came over named Gladys Jacobs, and she said, you the guy that's writing these jokes for A.J. Jamal? I said, I don't know what he's doing with him. She said, he's the funniest guy at the comedy club. I went, what? She said, he's the funniest guy at the comedy club. And I didn't write all of his jokes. I just wrote some. And I said, comedy club, what's that? She said, what do you mean? You don't know what he's doing with his jokes? She said, why don't you tell the jokes yourself? So she said, I'm going to pick you up Tuesday night, take you to the comedy club. I'd never heard of the Cleveland Comedy Club, never heard of Hilarities. I was 27 years old. And she took me to the comedy club. And I signed up for the following week. Somebody got scared that night and didn't go. So they had 10 performers that night. They got to number 9. I was sitting there, I didn't laugh at anybody. I was just sitting there looking at them, saying what I thought they should have said. And they got to number 10 and they called his name and he wasn't there. And they said, hey, we're going to go to the next week's list. Where's Steve Harvey? And I was eating some chicken wings and drinking grapefruit juice. And I turned to the girl, Gladys, who I was with, and I said, it's a dude in here got the same name I got. And I went, well, and they called me up and I ran up on stage.
And
I won amateur night. I won $50.
Holy moly.
I went to work. That was October 8th, 1985.
Holy moly.
I went to work the next day, quit my job. Told everybody I was a professional comedian. I had $50.
And you just kept at it.
Well, I became homeless and ended up living in a car for 3 years. And
what made you stay with it? Because I think once you just said that God gives you an opportunity. Some people might think, if I'm sleeping in my car for 3 years and I'm not making it, God is telling me something. He's telling me this isn't your path. You either decide this isn't your path or try harder.
Right.
How did you know what he was telling you to do?
Well, for starters, I didn't have a plan B. I never believed in a plan B. Everybody that I know that has a plan B has had to use it. Everybody that I know that had a plan B used the plan B. Because in order to fix the plan B, you can't give your all to A. So everybody I know with a plan B used the plan B. I'd never had the plan B. This was it. And it was many days I felt like giving up. You know, I'm human, you know. There was a lot of days I didn't think I was going to make it. There was a lot of days I said, man, this ain't the best idea. But I ain't have another one. You know, I had nothing. So, you know, I think a lot of it was really my mother praying for me. I think a lot of it was I just didn't want to go back home and say I was a failure. Because I'd already flunked out of college. I'd already messed my marriage up. I had already, you know, lost friends and family members. Everybody thought when I said I was going to go be a comedian, this is the stupidest thing you could have ever said. I mean, you're an idiot. I mean, people stopped talking to me because of that. They thought it was, I don't even want to know a person who just walks away from their job like that. But I didn't know any other way to do it. I mean, you're either going to jump or you're not. I don't know if there's ever, the right time. The right time is now, because if you're waiting on your ducks to get lined up, it doesn't happen.
So if people are listening and they, they've got a lot of faith in them too, and they want to know what message they're getting. How did you know that it was because you said at one point you didn't hear God, but you knew what he was telling you or how he was guiding you, because sometimes it can be confusing.
Yeah.
Is he telling me to switch? Is he telling me to stay?
Well, but here's something a minister told me one time that kind of sticks with me. God's voice has no sin in it. His voice never has sin in it. So, you hear people say, well, the God told me to go down there and tell them people. No, he didn't. That's not what he told you to do. God told me to fight. No, God didn't tell you to do that.
That's so profound.
His voice has no sin in it. So sometimes when you're listening and you hear the naysayers, a naysayer is a negative. A naysayer is a hater. A naysayer is an impossibility. None of that defines God. You've got to really understand, man, that at one point in time, you've got to just rely on faith. Faith is the belief in things that you cannot see. You got to know that. It's hard though, and I'll be the first to tell you, it's hard, and you don't know sometimes. You're sitting up here trying to figure out, is that the way to go, or is that the way to go? Maybe I should turn back. Why would God tell you to turn back? You got to listen. Old people used to say, I don't believe he brought me this far to leave me. Old people know got a lot of information, man. And it sounds old, corny stuff when you're in church listening to old people, but they coming from years of experience. And you've got to understand, man, if you're going down a path and it feels right, and all of a sudden, just because something starts going wrong, all of a sudden it don't feel right no more, that don't mean it ain't. You got to be tested and challenged, You got to see if you really want it. You got to pass test. And you just got to keep realizing that if you wake up and you pass a test and you're still on that path, you might as well keep going. One of my accountants years ago gave me a plaque that said, if you're going through hell, just keep going. Keep going. I mean, this is not a good place to stop in the middle of hell. Put the brakes on here,
You are that was very profound, what you just said. All of that was very profound. It just hit in a way that I didn't expect. I feel like you're constantly evolving. And when you have a tough time, because obviously being in the spotlight, anyone can have a tough time. We don't know about it. You have a tough time. Everybody knows about it. How do those potholes, how do you get out of it? How do you get back up?
It's hard. It really is. It's not like I got this magic trick. I'm Steve Harvey. I just get up and keep moving. It don't bother me. Yeah, it does, man.
It does.
It hurts me. It trips me up. It feels real heavy sometimes. And like you say, when you're in the spotlight, you don't get to live your mistakes under the cloak of darkness. You make a mistake, Hoda, you're on TV. You can't. And they're going to talk about you without all the information. And, you got to develop a tough skin. But the key is you got to, the older you get, the better you should get at this. But if I was a younger person and I could tell myself something, I would say what I heard Tom Hanks say one time. If I could tell a younger me one thing, I would tell myself, this too shall pass. Because, man, all of it does. See, you got a trip like this, Listen, look at every single thing you've ever gone through. Every critical moment, every bad decision, every heartbreak, every setback, every moment of misery. Think of all of that that's happened to you. Your survival rate for surviving hard, insurmountable, unthinkable hard times, your survival rate is 100%. Everybody, we're batting 1,000. Every last one of us, our survival rate is 1,000%. We've never not made it. So as you get older, you become better at that. But as you're younger, I would say to younger people, this too shall pass. Trust and believe you're going to get past that. Oh, it might seem impossible right now, and it might seem like it's lasting a lot longer than it should, but I mean, look, man, this is gonna go away, and you just gotta believe that it's gonna go away, cause it is.
That's beautiful advice,
You know.
by the way. Beautiful.
You're gonna get over her. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
Wellness is another place. You've always been spiritually dealing with
Yeah.
all this stuff, but now, I mean, the physical part too.
Yeah.
Keeping yourself healthy, active, all of these things, and you're kind of putting your money where your mouth is.
Yeah, look, I went through a period I wasn't myself anymore. I worked so many jobs. I was just grinding myself down. It's a cost for success. There's a cost to be successful, but there's a cost to not be successful too. I'd rather pay the cost for success. But I was grinding myself down, man. I was wearing myself out. And I had low energy, brain fogginess all the time. I was just trying to stay up, man. I was struggling, man, with some issues in my gut. I had to go to some holistic doctors. I started finding out I had some problems. And then one day, actually, real true story, I was in a beanbag in the basement with my kids. And one of my grandkids came in and said, "Papa, come play." And I went, "Okay." And I had to get out the beanbag chair. That beanbag chair was whooping my ass. That beanbag chair was winning. It's like I was in a wrestling match on the floor with this beanbag. I said, "Wait a minute." And when I finally got out the beanbag, I looked over and my 3 sons was laughing. And they never laughed at me before.
Oh.
Because I've always been the heavyweight champ at my house.
Right.
You don't laugh at me because even to this day, my son still can't whoop me. No, not really. Not in a real fight. They don't have the same thing. And I just got up and I went, wow, something's wrong. And so I said, man, I got to do something about it. So I started talking to some holistic doctors because I love a lot of natural approaches, right? And they told me that I had to feed myself on a cellular level. And so I started taking these green drinks and all this stuff. And I started feeling better, but I couldn't keep it up because I just didn't like them. I mean, some days I just can't gag down this damn green drink. I know it's good for me, but it don't taste good. And so I found this company and I started talking to them, and I know they had released this bone broth that I was drinking and everything. And I said, hey, I got an idea. I wish that I could find a green drink that did more than the one I was drinking. I need for you to help me with this brain fog that I was having. I need you to help me with my energy levels, and I want to take care of my gut issues. And so I met this guy from Harvard who was a formulator, and we started talking, and over a year and a half, he said, man, that's what I do. And he started putting formulas together. And I didn't like this one. I didn't like that one. He came back. He said, I did this, but I didn't add that. I said, no, you got to add this.
Add it all.
And he put it all together. And then I said, now, here's the deal. It's got to taste good because I can't gag down another green drink. I said, man, I need flavor. And so he made it in some flavors. And then I went to them and I said, hey, can we mass produce this and make it affordable? So I came out with this product. And what I started doing was I started using it myself. And I found my energy just started skyrocketing again. I felt better.
Yeah.
You know, after you know, got to take it for a while. You don't drink one glass and all of a sudden you can go run a marathon. Let's not be stupid here. But over the course of a month or so, I really noticed a change, man, and this drink is really...
You're speaking to the right person. Brain fog is like a thing, man. It's
Look,
real.
I got to get up every morning and do a radio show
Yes.
from 6 to 10.
Yes.
And then I got to go do TV all day.
See?
So I found that this green drink, man, if you do it every day, it's really, really helpful.
Steve Harvey, you are full of beautiful wisdom. I love you. Thank you, Steve.
It's a fast-paced world. It is no surprise that according to the CDC, nearly 40% of Americans say they feel symptoms of anxiety and depression.
So we decided to do something. Over the next couple of days, we're going to share innovative ways to get calm, reduce your stress and anxiety, and live happier, healthier lives. One can be so simple. All you have to do is breathe.
Children get to shut their eyes and throw tantrums when they're stressed out or unhappy, but that does not work for adults. And according to a recent study by the World Health Organization, the pandemic triggered a 25% increase in anxiety and depression globally. But if we want to go from here to here, we're going to need a collective calm down.
People are looking for a different way to work, maybe not the same 5 days a week, 8 hours a day. Maybe we're looking for a different way to find peace.
One solution, science suggests just breathe. The age-old practice of breathing meditation is not new, but it's being looked at in a whole new way. Neuroscientists say controlled breathing can reduce stress, increase alertness, and boost our immune systems.
Welcome, friends.
And breathing meditation classes are gaining momentum all across the country, with countless tutorials going viral on social media.
What are you grateful for?
Employers like Nike and even NASA are catching on, offering workshops to help employees reduce stress.
What a beautiful group of humans. Hi.
So Al and I thought we'd try a little deep breathing of our own at New York's Frequency Breathwork.
So we're bringing really democratic mental health medicine to the masses.
Like so many of us, Viv Rosenthal was once a stressed and anxious former executive, but after discovering breathwork, she vowed to make a change. Now, a teacher herself, she spreads the gospel of calm.
When I wake up in the morning, I think about meditation. I do 20 minutes each morning. I feel like if I do that, my day is level set.
I find that whenever I've done these like guided things, whatever, I just end up falling asleep.
So we'll put one hand on the heart And one hand on the belly.
Rounding out our group, a few open-minded Today Show staffers tag along.
We keep talking about anxiety, and there's a lot of stress. To imagine that breathing's the key to unlocking it. It's like a magic trick, really.
Just entering the room without walls feels both cozy and freeing, and the instructions are simple.
Let's bring a smile to our face.
Taking 2 breaths through the mouth, we fill our bellies and then our chests before exhaling. We continue as Rosenthal talks us through the journey.
Picture yourself as a little girl or boy. Yogis have been breathing in caves since the dawn of time. We're now rediscovering the power of the breath. Breathwork is the fastest way to create an emotional shift from an emotion that's gripping you to feeling like more present. Release.
As we settle into this circular breathing, Rosenthal's words, the sounds, and the kaleidoscope above add to the mood. It may look strange, but we are on a roller coaster. At times, our hearts pounding. Then there are moments of reflection. Many feel tingling in the limbs and a sense of floating. It's what they call a non-ordinary state of consciousness. The experience brings several of us to tears. Rosenthal says crying and laughing is common. I did both at the same time, and I can't explain why. Enhancing the moment, Rosenthal says music, also known as a sound bath, helps create new pathways that rewire your mind.
The breath opens us up, as does sound. And sound also has a vibration, it has a frequency, and it helps shift our mood. It's really cathartic.
The idea that you can breathe in certain ways and you feel a wave of emotion. You're like, how is that possible? Your body itself is taking emotions and stress and stuff you've been stuffing down. And by the simple act of breathing, it's like free.
I feel grounded, centered, and extremely grateful.
A totally unique and eye-opening lesson in what can happen when we let go and allow ourselves room to breathe.
For music icon Shania Twain, songs like That Don't Impress Me Much,
That Don't Impress Me Much,
You're Still the One,
You're Still the One I Run to,
and Man, I Feel Like a Woman,
Man, I Feel Like a Woman,
catapulted her into musical icon status. She became the top-selling female country music artist in history. But behind the music is the ultimate story of survival. After a battle with Lyme disease, Shania came close to losing the very thing that kept her alive, her voice. The Shania you'll meet today has experienced a rebirth, more confident, more at peace, and with more agency in her own life. This Shania is free. The Shania who sits across from me today is open, honest, and unapologetic.
You are in a beautiful chapter in your life. I feel like you're comfy in your own skin. How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated in so many ways. I'm feeling positive and optimistic, but still at the same time very unapologetic.
That's a good word.
You know what I mean? I don't feel like I need to explain myself as much as probably ever in my life. But I feel very responsible still. You know, like the Queen of Me title for the new album, it couldn't be more fitting for where I'm really at in my own mind. I'm responsible for myself. I take the good with the bad. I know I've got faults. I know I'll never be perfect. And I'll keep striving to be better, but I'm mostly enjoying the search.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying the evolution.
They say there's that saying, if you're not learning, you're dying. If you're not growing, you're dying. And I feel like through all these chapters in your life, you're always evolving. Because some people are very similar, I feel like, year to year to year, but I don't feel like that's you at all.
I feel like I'm an explorer at heart. You know, I like to explore things I've never done, mostly things I've never thought of. That's where songwriting is so great, because it's a creative platform to let my imagination run wild, and I'm a true explorer in that sense with songwriting. So that's always been a very liberated space for me anyway, but I think more in my real life, I'm taking on more of the, I'm letting go of inhibition a lot more.
Wow. People say write what you know. If someone were just to see this album and see your life, they would say, wow, her life was rose-colored glasses and she went through that way. This is a moment in your life where you are seeing the joy.
I'm celebrating the joy.
Yeah.
Really. I've always seen the good in things. I've always been an optimistic person, but I'm appreciating being able to sing again after this, very difficult operation on my throat.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just grateful for so many things. I have a great son. I have a happy marriage. I'm healthy. My focus is more about well-being than it's ever been before.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just concerned less about the small things.
I love it.
The more the important things. There's a small list of really, really essential things in order to be happy.
Yes.
It's a small list.
What do you need to be happy?
You need health.
Health. You got that.
Yes.
Yeah.
You got health. I need freedom, meaning, anything creative gives me freedom.
Yeah.
I could live in a box and still find that freedom.
Wow, that's good.
I really could. I can escape with my mind.
Yeah.
And I'm exploring that more than I've ever done before. I'm writing things that are more explorative, I wouldn't say more honest, because I've always been very honest. I'm more frank than I've ever been.
That's a good thing to be.
With my lyrics.
The songs are fun. They're bouncy. Giddy Up is a blast. You decide that you are going to be 100% you.
Yeah.
I mean, this is terrifying at any age.
Yeah.
At our age, it's maybe a little extra.
Well, it was. I did a photo shoot in the nude.
In the nude.
In the nude.
First
And
time you've ever done
First
that?
time. Are you kidding? Oh my gosh! No, that was a real leap of faith in my own courage.
Yeah.
People always thank me for being so courageous about talking about certain things, about sharing things, and I started to look at myself and say, how courageous really am I?
Wow.
How much inspiration am I really giving? And am I really living that inspiration myself? It's been a lot of reflection. And no, listen, when I stand in front of the mirror, I don't like to stand in front of the mirror.
You don't?
No. Or only at certain angles. Or if I look at myself from head to toe in the mirror, I see my faults. I'm just tired of that lack of freedom. I want to be more relaxed and comfortable in my own skin. It is what it is, and I can't change it. So it's the way I see things that has to change instead of changing who I am and what I look like. So fashion and clothing and styling and glamour, hair, makeup, all that stuff. This is something that I like to play with. And you can play with how clothing and hair and makeup can complement your assets or make your faults disappear even. But when you're naked, now you're relying entirely on your own love of yourself and respect for yourself. So there's two different things. I can feel beautiful when I'm dressed up, and I feel beautiful when I'm naked too. There's no way I would have said that before I took this leap of do a naked photo shoot. I don't even know where I got the courage to do it. I think I just got fed up of judging myself.
Isn't that funny how we do that?
Just fed up with it,
Yeah.
you know? Why am I doing this?
Yeah. So let's talk about just how you grew up. Did you know that your childhood upbringing was different, was difficult? You didn't have often enough money for food, to keep the lights on, for heating. These are basic essentials that a child needs. Did you know what you were living in at the time?
I certainly did from the moment I started going to school. In the autumn in Canada, it's cold. You need winter clothing. I would go through a whole winter with rubber boots. It's dangerous. You know, your feet can freeze. You can't go out for recess with rubber boots. So I'd have to make up excuses to stay in for recess. So it was really clear early on that we weren't like the other kids, that we weren't dressing like we needed to We weren't eating like we needed to.
How do you mean?
All the other kids came to school with lunches, like nice lunches, you know. Even if it wasn't elaborate, even if it was just a sandwich and an apple and a drink. There'd be days when we would have nothing, and I would always sit there going, oh my gosh, is she not going to eat her apple? Like if she would just give me that apple, you know. And I didn't ever want to ask, because then suspicion starts rising, you know. Why don't you have your own lunch? And when my teacher would ask that, I would say, oh, I forgot it, or oh, I'm not hungry, it's in my locker, or. And you learn very quickly that you are not within the norm.
Was it shame? What was it?
Part of it was shame, and also a lot of it was to stay under the radar.
Why?
This is very important for kids that are neglected or abused, because you've got social services stepping in the door, you know, taking the kids away or getting your parents in trouble.
So you were afraid of getting them in trouble.
Afraid of getting them in trouble and afraid of being separated.
I can't imagine carrying that burden as a kid. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I can't ask for help, because if I ask for help, then I'm going to get my mom and dad in trouble. So therefore, I will live this way.
And it'll be my fault.
And it'll be your fault if something
That's right.
goes wrong.
Yes, if I say something, it'll be my fault. If my parents get in trouble, it'll be my fault that the kids are separated. It'll be my fault.
Did your parents bring that up to you, or how did you know that?
Oh, my parents made it very clear. It's a burden. It's too much for a child to have to cope with the lack of necessities, but then to also keep it a secret when you're going out there every day into this normalcy, into what you know is normal.
Yeah, you're like, why don't we have that? I mean, it seems so basic. So your escape was what ended up being your talent, and what brings you here today, which is your singing. Was that how you escaped what seems like a very unsettling childhood? Did you just hide away and write or sing, or what did you do?
Hiding away is a very good way to start this this off, because a lot of times I was hiding away from violence in our house, you know, when things got really tough financially, but it affected us in sometimes more difficult ways than others. Easiest thing for me to do was mind over matter. Distract myself, do something else, so you forget that you're hungry. I would definitely take my guitar and I would go out to the bush normally. I would go out. We always lived somewhere remote, and it was always, the bush was always very close by, so I could walk 5-10 minutes, be in the middle of the bush, light a fire, and
play your guitar.
Write stories.
You did.
Write songs. And that was the greatest escape. And I got good at telling stories. I got good at escaping. I got good at creating imaginary tales and stories. And I ran away in my mind.
But it was your mom who recognized in you that you had a talent. Was her ultimate goal like, let me get Shania out of this? Or did she want you to sing just because she knew you would be talented and she thought this would be a good fit?
My mother did definitely believe that I was talented. She was very deeply convinced that I was talented, beyond the norm. And she also realized that this could be our break, this could break the cycle of our lives. I felt the pressure of that too, because I didn't want to be on stage. I hated it. I was petrified to sing in front of other people.
Wow.
I was great escaping off to the forest, off to the bush, or in a closet somewhere, just by myself and singing and writing. It was my own special place to go to in my mind. I wasn't meant to be a performer.
Wow.
But she realized that the only way that I could succeed was to be a performer on the stage doing it.
She took you to bars and you sang in the middle of the night when a kid should be sleeping, but you sang. She took a risk by taking you out there in the night, a risk not just from your father and the abuse, but just, what's this doing to my child? But yet, somehow, weirdly, that ended up kind of helping you in your career. Is that fair?
It's very fair to say that it helped me in my career. There were no children performing in bars at that time. Kids are not allowed to be in a liquor premises. So this is why I had to go in after midnight.
So you went after they stopped serving booze, then you could go sing.
Then legally, technically, she convinced them that I could go in there then. Now everyone's drunk by then. This is the irony of it, right? Everyone's already drunk by midnight. So this is now my audience. I mean, my mother, of course, she would have known that I was going to have trouble all those times getting up for school the next morning, and I had a huge responsibility in the mornings. I was ironing my dad's shirt and his pants, getting ready for work. I was getting the kids out of bed. I had to wake them up at 6 o'clock. I was responsible for the alarm clock and getting everybody breakfast, the kids on the bus. It was...
You?
Yes, it was a whole routine. And so a lot of times I missed school. I was just too exhausted, or I missed my bus. I just didn't make it in time.
Yeah. Did your dad think you were talented?
My dad very much believed in my talent. He loved my voice. His idea of me being a singer was to get up and sing for family and friends. He was the much more reasonable one in that sense.
Yeah. So as you're growing and your voice is improving and you've got all this stuff going and I think you're 22 years old, and there are days that you don't forget in your life, and this was, I'm sure, one of yours. How did you learn that both of your parents had died in an accident?
I was in Toronto working. I was working on my backup plan in case I didn't make it as a singer. So I'm at a computer programming school, and I'm gigging at night. I'm doing, I'm gigging in bands at night, and I'm at this school, and I get a call that my parents were killed, and my sister had called me and told me that they died in a car accident. And I mean, I just, I fell apart, totally, just into shock for days. And I just couldn't let go of them.
What did you lose the day they died?
I lost a foundation. I lost a very important foundation. As rickety as it was still a foundation. It was still a foundation that I associated with. My whole life history was there with them.
Well, then you had to be a mom to your siblings. How many siblings did you have?
4 siblings, but three minors.
So you were becoming mom again at 22. So you had your dreams, or however you were trying to cobble your life out. You're like, now I'm back, and now I'm taking care of my
the kids.
The kids. That's what you called them.
The
How
kids.
much older?
My kids. I call them that often. I know they're not mine, but I just do say that. But my older sister was married, and she had 2 children. She was very, very busy, with her life. My younger sister was still living at home, and my 2 younger brothers were still, 13 and 14 years old. And I didn't, we all agreed that they shouldn't be separated. But it was, no relatives were able to take both of them in. So the only way to keep them together was for us to stay together.
So you did that too.
So I did that.
heard a lot of where you've came from stories from different artists. I don't think I've ever heard one like yours. I mean, yours is, and the way you speak about it is honestly and very matter-of-factly, and I know that there's a lot behind it. But I feel when I watch what happened to your career, it kind of makes sense. It's like, of course you fought through. Of course this was something you could do. Do you think once your career started rolling, did it feel like a puzzle piece that fit? Like you were now riding a wave instead of swimming upstream?
I definitely lacked motivation as to be a performer, to be in the spotlight. That was always going to work against me. The drive was out of desperation. The drive was not ambition. There's a big differentiation. I don't know many stars, that get to this point that didn't have a genuine ambition. My honest ambition, if I could have been Stevie Wonder's backup singer, that would have been my dream come true. My dreams were different from where I ended up. I ended up being this big performer. Nothing that I would ever have been able to imagine. But my desperation was so strong. I knew there was nothing to go back to, especially after my parents died. There were no other options for me in life now that I had not gone to college. So by the time I did make it to Nashville, I was fearless.
Yeah.
You were not able to intimidate me. You can say anything you want. It's okay.
Yeah.
I'm all right. There's no way to discourage me now from getting somewhere with this.
I've never heard it described as ambition versus desperation. That's a whole different animal right there. Did you ever then love performing on stage? When did it switch, or did it?
It took me a really, really long time. I started really enjoying being on stage when I started getting my voice back again. I didn't love being on stage. I was loving the people, but I couldn't see beyond my responsibility to the people.
I see.
But I felt like they needed so much. They needed something I couldn't give them. And I realized later, like I realize now, that all I had to do was give them what they were giving me. That's all I had to do. But it was as simple as that. And I don't know why I couldn't see that earlier. I took it for granted maybe, or maybe I was just allowing my stage fright to create so much angst that I couldn't, because I was doing something against my will almost, against my comfort zone.
Right.
So this is why with the naked thing, taking these photographs naked, I'm like pushing myself through this. I'm uncomfortable with it, so I'm gonna do it.
It's like
I'm gonna do it till I get comfortable with it.
I love it. That's actually a good lesson, because some people think if it feels like it's against your nature, then stop. But you kept pushing through, because usually there's this fight or flight.
I was only hurting myself.
Yeah.
You see, I was the only one missing out. I would say the same thing. If it doesn't feel right, stop, because it's probably hurting someone else.
Yeah.
It's probably not right. There's something wrong with it.
Yeah.
But if you're missing out on something out because of fear, and you're letting fear get in your way, you are the only one you're hurting.
Yeah.
I should have been enjoying all of those years of performance. I should have been indulging in all of that exchange with the audience instead of resisting it. And all of these years, I should have been enjoying myself in my own skin instead of wishing I was different.
Well, what's so fun now is watching you enjoy yourself in your own skin and watching you like inspire. First of all, when Harry Styles and you were up on stage, I was like, there's this magic. And I was watching that moment and I was like, yes, there was something about that. And to watch Taylor Swift on Bended Knee, you have all of the people who will be icons in the future, who are now, incredible pop stars, are looking at you on this huge pedestal. What is that like?
The mutual respect.
Mutual, yeah.
It's everything. Because me and these kids that are icons in their own right are the same kids that were my fans when they were 4 and 5 and 6. So we are having this cyclic phenomenon in my mind. I'm being reintroduced to them as adults now. This reunion of admiration. It's incredible. It's very, very surreal.
I feel like your life has had so many highs and so many difficult times, and you keep rolling, like you just keep rolling. So I felt like if someone had your childhood, then after that, everything should just be easy, because life should never be filled with more downs after surviving what you survived. Yet, like a lot of people in this world, there are marriages that don't work, and then there's a recovery from that. How did you ever come back from that? How did you rebuild just the trust or your own belief in yourself? Like, am I choosing right?
I am somebody who tends to live in the future. I play my own if game. If this ever happened to me, what would I do? And it's almost like I'm always preparing myself for something bad to happen, but I don't live in anxiety about it, but I do keep the glass half full. So when I lost my voice, for example, I'm thinking, okay, well, if I never am able to sing again with pleasure and for other people's pleasure, I'm going to write songs that other people sing for me. There's always a way to get pleasure out of the things you love, even if you can't do them the same way. Even now, I can't sing the same way. I sing differently. I'm celebrating the fact that I can still sing, period. Because I've been told by the doctors that just the physiology and the procedure that I had done may not last forever. So I either may have to have that operation again, which was very painful, and probably the most painful thing was not being able to speak for 3 weeks, because I can be quite chatty. No, it was very painful. But so would I do it again? I don't know. Would I do it again so I can carry on singing? I don't know. A lot of I don't knows. But I know that I will find another way, or a way to get satisfaction out of music and pleasure out of music. So this is the way I am about everything in life, if even on the most basic level, just, when life throws you lemons, make lemonade. And I really believe that.
Do you rely on people? I mean, do you allow yourself to? Because once you've been let down, sometimes it's like, you know what? I'm driving this bus now. Everyone can jump on if they want, but this is the way I'm going to do it.
I'm the boss of me. I am not the boss of anybody else. And I cannot control how other people treat me, what they do to me, or what is in my destiny. I don't know. I don't know what the plan is. I don't know what God has planned for me. I accept that whatever the plan is what it is. But I do expect myself to manage whatever it is that comes my way. And I hold myself to that. I really think that we have to do that. We have to carry on. We can't give up. We can't quit. So I'm definitely not a quitter. I will find a way. I will find a solution. Maybe that's just the creative side of me, but there is no way that I will never stop until I find a way to get through something or to get to the other side of it.
You talked about you have a beautiful, happy marriage. What makes it work?
Ooh, communication. He's better at it than I am.
Yeah.
I'm definitely the person that would just rather go and play my guitar and work through my emotions that way. But he's very good about communicating. So he's always the one, let's talk about this. And so communication, it doesn't hurt that he's, drop dead gorgeous and sexy and that, so the attraction remains. I think that's very important.
Yeah,
you need to be in love with each other in the first place. But marriage is friggin' hard.
Yeah.
Because we go through so many different phases as individuals, and then how to work through those individual changes and be respectful and empathetic to each other as we're going through our own stuff.
Shania, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
From her start in Spike Lee's Do the Right Thing, which, by the way, Rosie says came to her by way of a run-in with Spike Lee in a club, to her most recent role in Your Honor opposite Bryan Cranston, and countless roles in between, Rosie Perez